welcome in to this pick a card reading of Observing a Magpie. So this guy was here earlier, and I just love his soul, and the way he was acting was just like jumping around, and it felt so unique. And I was just about to begin a reading, and then I saw he's out here again, and I was like, oh, we have to just film. So timestamps are below, and otherwise let's watch the magpie together. This guy. And you know what I love about magpies? He saw me then, I think. Because magpies are so wary, but this guy has like a confidence to him. See that? I love. Oh wait, I'm not looking. I was looking out the window, not at my phone. Where's he going? I'm just thinking, can my other window see it better? But I don't think so. What's he doing? Yeah, I think maybe also when this could be a message, I guess. I guess I could read this. Is he still there? I can see him. Maybe I'll turn, there we go, see? I think he's been jumping at that bird feeder, and then when it's too shaky, I can't do this without speaking with my hands. Hands. When it's been shaky, then he jumps off, and then he looks around the garden slightly and sees what he can get before it's still again, and then he tries again. But it hasn't happened very much, so that's just a very small I heard non-regal theory, but I think I didn't really hear that specifically. Oh, maybe I did. Okay, I was just looking up Cleopatra, the asteroid, earlier today, and one description of her was regal, and it just stuck with me. It just stuck with me for some reason. I can't see Mr. Magpie, so I guess we'll go normal reading style. My room. You're not allowed to see everything. Oh wait, this is the wrong way. Oh no, because this was up, right? That's we'll see if this works. Okay, let's get my brain working. My brain definitely not working. Because it's upright like this. So this is gonna be upside down. Okay, I guess I'll just put the cards upside down. And you'll have hands from the other side. That's pretty fun. Say it's fun. It's fun. I'm just gonna close my door. Oh yeah, I haven't even like done anything to set up. I went to the bathroom just before. I went to the bathroom before coming to then set up, like choosing crystals or whatever items I was going to use. And that's when I saw the magpie, and I was like, ah! We'll use these. And then many more. These guys have been around too often. 5 piles? Wait. That's why I was like, oh, interesting. I want to place him pointing down. I'm like, oh, because it's actually upright for you. Isn't it? I know it is. Because I'm psychic, I can tell. I got shaky on that one. Pile number 2. Oh, this is fun. I'm gonna try and walk around and see if that looks even. Because, no, it doesn't. which is what I was about to say. It looks okay, wait. Is that a little bit better? I think that's straighter. What is this? Okay. Welcome in, pile selection. We have 5 crystals to choose from. And I will get a card for each too before beginning the readings, but if you just want to choose with crystals, pile 1 is selenite. Pile 2 is aquamarine. Clancy. That just came to mind. Of course, Clancy, 21 Pilots. Okay. Pile 3 is green fluorite. Green, apparently. Green like the sky. Sky green. Pile 4 is this malachite and azurite. We'll put it on the malachite side. And pile 5 is this. I want to call it like seafoam calcite, but I really don't think it's that. Okay. Okay, yeah, we'll do cards. Those things. The things we would call cards. Does this look weird? Shuffling up top. Okay, pile 1. Oh, I got such a magpie brain feeling then. That's so cool. Maybe pile 1 is specifically magpie-like. Okay, I think there might be a message of needing to like choose what to do, because I feel like I'm not getting cards because I'm just wanting to talk to you and make more of like a... Oh, seeing a magpie fly by. Oh, another magpie fly by the other way. Talk. Yes, want. This is that what I want. But I was trying to get cards and it's like my brain was trying to focus on, okay, let's just try and get pile 1's card. But also I hadn't let go of wanting to speak. So go with the flow is a message coming through. Go with, not the flow of like what you think the flow should be, but what you're feeling like you're wanting to do. Because what I'm wanting to say is that I felt forced into putting my brown hoodie on for this reading. I was wearing no hoodie, and then I was like, I'll wear a hoodie because it might get cold. And then I was gonna put straight on the hoodie that I was wearing earlier today, but I didn't feel like that. I was like pushed into no, brown. Oh, there's another magpie outside. There's something about magpies, I guess. Oh, maybe I should use maybe I should use animal cards, but there's not enough room, I think. We'll see. Okay, pile 1, do you want an animal card? Snake. Okay. Okay, so maybe there was a... Oh, wait. Yeah, forgive me. Okay, so maybe there's a message around it instead of... Oh, brain going blank. Brain not going to do message. Brain do message in the reading parts. You can interpret if you want to. What happened? All of this going on. Is this slant? It looks slanted to me, but when I walked over there, it looked more fine. Yeah. Okay, pile 2 of the aquamarine. We have coyote, coyote and manta ray. This is so weird. I feel like I'm doing a reading for no one. Because it's like I'm doing it to over there, but over there is nothing. That probably had to do with pile 2, which is interesting, especially since I had said something to do with wobbliness. I was like shaky when I was holding pile 2s. It's very interesting observing my energy. Earlier today, I was in like more of a monotone energy. Not like, I'll say more neutral. It's like happy, but also definitely not this energetic. More like spiritual 7 number, like internal feeling than this, which feels so sparkly, which I got put very kind of instantly into after initially first feeling like a pain, emotional pain, and like heart kind of tugging, heart throbbing or heart sadness, and I needed to realize I was instantly, okay, this is not me, who is this? And I wasn't expecting it to be like, hey, do a reading, but it's kind of silly that I wasn't expecting that, because moments earlier, or maybe, I don't know when, but around the same time, I'm seeing another magpie. Yeah, around the same time, I, for no reason, just like, naturally, as I was like doing something, I just stopped and put my hair up into a ponytail, which is not quite a reading, which kind of feels like this, because I'm not reading like usual, I'm just speaking. I'm getting distracted by that magpie staring at me. That one was definitely looking at me. Okay, we have Grey Squirrel and Tears. Okay, this feels like the energy I've been in while talking about this. The heartthrob and just this, the everywhere energy of that. Yeah, I think I basically finished what I was saying. Not smoothly, not eloquently, but well enough. And that feels like it could fit for pile 3. Why is this so hard? Is that also pile 3? Why is this so hard? Okay. There's not enough room. Is that also pile 3? Okay, pile 4. We have Lion. Oh, look at that coming out all smoothly. I feel like that did like an acrobatic move. Okay, pile 5. Pile 4 was simple. Pile 5, come on up here, you. I saw a lemur once in my life. We have Fly and Dragonfly. Fly like an Aquila to the sea. Ah! Whoa, you should see what is going on behind the scenes of this one. That's a cool message. But I was trying to, well, the reason I said that was because my deck almost fell off the table, but it got caught by my leg. My leg did the catching. Okay, I feel like that probably looks really weird. Maybe it doesn't. Yeah. Back of the deck is My Life. My Friend by Spire. Yeah, look, I even have 2 blank cards out, because what I was like in the middle of doing before I got jabbed into reading time was like I was about to make 2 more cards. So I guess we'll have 2 blank cards in that deck for today. Okay. Welcome in pile selection 2nd of the time. Pile 1 is Sunlight with Snake, pile 2 is Aquamarine with Coyote, pile 3 is Fluorite with Grey Squirrel. Maybe colours are significant for pile 3. And pile 4 is Malachite and Azurite with Lion, and pile 5 is this and Fly. Okay, see you at your piles. I shall do no collective today. Okay. I'm sat down now, but I do like this feeling. I forgot what I was going to say the first time. It's fine. How much room do I have? Can you see that? What can you see? Oh, I should probably create like a line, so I don't have to keep looking up. I'm really excited, curious for pile 2. I feel like it might take me by surprise. Rah! Did I surprise you? I was just seeing if I wobble the table, if then you'll see them. You can kind of see one's shadow, I think. No more. Ooh. I feel like this is gonna be... I feel like I'm gonna keep repeating how fun this, like, doing it this way is. I feel the difference. I guess that crystal can be of use too. Wait, I guess I'll put pencil on this side. Oh, that's not straight, is it? My earphones for that side. Okay, I think I've got a little weird square rectangle thing. Are we ready to go? Okay. Ah, there's stuff underneath my desk. Okay. Welcome in, pile 1. I feel like you have a certain focus. Maybe something that you expected to take longer for or go down a different route with. I think that's not even going to resonate for most of you. I've been put in a very weird energy. I guess runes, maybe. Ooh, back of the deck is... I wanted to call that something with a K. I forgot his name. Okay, let's get runes. Draluk, that's it. Oh, it's because I think vampire in Japanese begins with a K. Kyugetsuki, maybe? No, that sounds wrong. I don't know. Okay, we have Kenaz, Fehu, I feel like perhaps you've begun with a certain allotment of something, of energies or of information. And while you can see that they do fit, it definitely takes more to make them really click into place or to paint the full picture. It's like I know that these runes are right, but it's not fully describing the energy that I'm getting from you. Okay, that's better. We have Urus, because there's more darkness. Which is interesting since you have selenite. I feel like you have like an intense focus on something, or like you're obsessed, or we have Laguz. Maybe it's like obsessively transforming. Maybe you have a particular love of the moon. We have Ingus, Perthro. And I realize I'm like putting these backwards for you. Maybe for you there's a particular message about how I'm filming this backwards than usual, and because I've put these like starting in the middle and then going back in time, back to the beginning. Awaz. And I'm kind of feeling like the runes stop once I get to the not the finish, but the start point. So you might be like working backwards with something. And I think that would explain a certain like obsession, because it's a feeling of like you've already completed in some way, and so bringing everything back to the start is necessary in order to really like click into place what you already knew was going to click into place. I feel like I'm overcomplicating this for your reading. It doesn't feel like it should be like a, oh, this is really cool concepts and stuff. It feels like that's here, but I feel like it's simpler than I'm wanting to make it be, so that could be what you're experiencing. I feel like you're starting to feel more out of your element, or more like it's not you that has the control. It's a feeling of having been in your masculine energy and tapping more into your femininity and realizing how much more fluid that is, how much less alone you feel, and more like the rest of the job is on like a part of yourself that is to do with relationships or connections or connectivity or trust. Yeah, I feel like you're in a place of being asked to free fall. I think you saw the end result and you were able to like take the steps to getting to that point, but it's like the more steps you take, the further into elusivity you go. And I think that makes you really want to hone in on the target even more. I'm not getting too much of like an anxious feeling surrounding it. It's more of like head really zooming in, let's go. Okay, we have nails. Yeah, that just feels like pointing at something. Oh no, it feels more magical than that. Okay, I'm gonna put the rest of these back. I just think we needed that card. Back of the deck is temples. Okay, that's that feeling of like focus. Yeah, even selenite too. It's interesting because I'm not sure if I actually worded this or not, but I was a bit weirded out by how your crystal is selenite, but the energy of the reading and snake card felt so much more potent than that. And it makes sense because it's like that is your energy. It's more masculine or more potent or more sure. And I think you're being asked into more of an unsure energy. Being sure of that unsureness, but still integrating that unsureness part too, the more moon energy. You might feel like there is more that is reliant upon cycles or emotions, feelings, like forces that you can't really grip or control, at least in the same way as before. Okay, now I feel like I might be able to get a character card. Yeah, you being pile 1, 2, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Maybe you're all the piles. You being pile 1 feels very determined and also that same energy of focus. We have Saitama. That's an interesting energy because it does feel like an intense capability. And yet I'm getting quite a sense of timing in that he has all the power, but it's not like he goes around defeating every monster because like you don't know where every monster is. So there's a feeling of when you're shown the steps, you take them, but you're leaning into how you're not always like presented with the tasks to do. Sometimes in order to find those tasks, you need to lean back and more allow them to come to you. Okay. Let's try for some... I want some extra animals / the weird guys for you. And I'm not gonna do that right now, probably. But I feel in your energy like separating these. There's two kinds of cards in here. The ones with like a line, a straight edge, and then the normal animals, which are all curved. Yeah, I feel like... Okay, that's why, because I feel like getting only the animals for you, and they would be far more feminine. There's 4 curves instead of a straight line, which feels more masculine. Yeah, you're really being asked into your collaborative energy, into your releasing control energy. We have whale shark. Yeah, which feels quite like space holding. It's not as focused, it's not as intentional. I think there's like particular goals that you have in mind that can only come when you do... Let's get a better word for that. I want a specific word. Okay, it has to do with yourself in a way where it's less compromising, because compromise is feeling more like a directness, but this energy is feeling so much more open than that. Like you're being called into allowing yourself to discover who you are and what can come through the entirety of you, which includes that energy that you might not be so used to, which is like less of an authority you might see it to be. It's just a different authority. It's like going from king to queen. Okay. Whale shark. I think it's a feeling of like having so much power but being afraid to let it go and be dispersed. Some of you might have like a project that you've completed and you're afraid of releasing it. And this reading is just allowing you to tap into that energy of what that really would feel like. Others of you, I think that you would be able to interpret that same like example into your own life, even if it doesn't sound directly applicable. Okay, we have another universe. That just to me feels like the same energy of opening yourself, opening your mind, body, spirit, whatever part of you this feels like, opening to that which you can't see, or opening yourself to a whole new way of being. It's like not what you have known, but what else is there, or a new approach. Yeah, and I said something along the lines of, I think I said this, that it might be extra relevant that I'm doing the reading in a different way than I usually do with you, or in this video, but for you perhaps it's particularly significant since you're power 1. It's like you are the one that has the potency of that energy to begin off with. It feels like there's such like a beginning that creates so much change after this, because I'm continually seeing how you're power 1, and it's like all the piles come after that, but they can't come after that until you have done your part, but also not clinging to that one part, or not clinging to that being the only thing. Like the rest can only exist once you also let go of the need to be the only one. And that maybe that applies to you directly, but I think it it's going to be just mostly that energy of letting go of control, letting the grip go, seeing where you feel called then, or just seeing what comes then. Or I think a lot of you know what will come, if not logically, then definitely intuitively, once you release your grip. I think that's why I think you've been in like the persistent working for a long time. There's so much about altered perspective here, because another universe, and then U-Tree is mirrored in the final rune that you got, which is Awaz, which can be connected to the World Tree, which U-Tree can also be connected to. And this U-Tree is the only card that I have written the name of the card twice in opposite places. You might resonate with Aries energy a lot. Or maybe Scorpio. Or Capricorn. No, I feel like Capricorn would be more open to letting go once it's done its part. Yeah, not a fixed sign. I think you're very deliberate, because I'm also noting how not many cards want to come out for you. Maybe you've known that this was going to be a step, like that releasal of sorts. That maybe for a lot of you it's been like on your mind for a long time, and there's a feeling of really wanting to execute it in a certain way. I kind of feel like, okay, I can't say that part. What next? I guess we'll use this instead. Oh, actually, I know which. Yeah, there's a lot of like unordinariness to this. Maybe you're being called into, to something that is very different. Whether that be different to many others that you're comparing this or yourself to, or just different to how you have been operating. It's a new cycle, a new season. Okay, that that instruments could be significant. That instrument, that way that I did that felt so consistent, is what I'm hearing. It felt so relevant here. It's not like a sudden change. That's a part of this. It feels like what you're like being progressively asked into. It's a feeling of like it's not just like letting go once and then grabbing again. It's like, no, it's either forever released, or there's like a continual desire to be in that energy of more femininity, at least for something which would be perceived as like a significant amount of time, or just a certain time frame that isn't too small. Okay, we have the heart connected card. Yeah, this, I was feeling the energy of collaboration. Okay, what I'm being drawn to in this... Ooh, a couple of things now. Let's just put this over here, that there. Okay, I'm being drawn to how like the primary focus for my eyes is the connection from both sides, like horizontally, but then there's a part of that, the heart, that's leaking downwards. To begin with, I saw it more intentional than like a leak, but I definitely feel like it's more of a leak. And that goes with the message I felt drawn to with Draluk coming at the back of the deck and actually saying the word vampire. Kuketsuki. Pretty sure that's vampire. And this card is making me think of vampire too. This just looks a bit like a bat to me, and like a drop pouring out. So I think the fear of this, like, drawing back into your feminine energy, or this releasal of sorts, comes from feeling like you lack energy, or feeling like you lose a part of yourself. Okay, I think now we can get more into specifics. I'm feeling no. Okay, I'm gonna actually take these out in your pile. What is this? The interesting thing is that I'm not actually in the energy of fear. Some of you are emotionally processing right now. Everything feels like it's going quite smoothly for you. Even if it doesn't necessarily look smooth, or you have been having lots of ups and downs, I just feel like there is a sense of ease that comes with this, or a sense of like feeling life more, or feeling like you're closer to particular revelations perhaps. Yeah, I feel you more in a painful energy now. I think that might just speak to how it might take a while for you sometimes to process feelings, or to get into your feelings, because I wasn't really feeling anything for a while. But now that I spoke a bit more to that fear of letting go, feels like it's coming in more. Okay. You might feel rushed. I'd feel like saying that's not going to be for everyone. Hey, it's the magpie popping out. This is a really confusing energy, actually. It doesn't actually feel confusing. I wouldn't usually use that word here, but it's a feeling of like, I'm in pain right now. I feel like some of you could be crying, or it's just you're feeling very emotional. And yet there's also this like way of approaching the emotion. I think that's what this is, that feels unfamiliar, or feels like you're not used to processing emotion. It's a feeling of like, right now I don't really know how to navigate this. I feel a bit like I was gonna say a fish out of water, but maybe it's more like a kangaroo in water. Okay, we're getting to the end of these now. Taking out the the jaggedy parts. Raggedy Ann, that could be significant for some of you. Yeah, oh, that's nice and smooth. Look at all these clumples. They can go to the side. I feel like you're being like asked into a state of peace, and you're not used to that. And I think that's making you emotional. I think that maybe some of you haven't been at peace, been able to relax for a long time. Ooh! Okay, that seems relevant because that card just like spoke, speakedy, blue bleed out. There we go, jackal. Yeah, that's a feeling of like protecting one's own. Maybe some of you would resonate with Enneagram 8 or 1. It's a feeling of like, or maybe, okay, I'm thinking of more now, but it's a feeling of like having needed to protect oneself and forgetting then that, or like realizing now that you had kind of been not just protecting yourself from others, but also protecting yourself from yourself. And now you're starting to see yourself. And that just, magpie cut and black jaguar. And that might take you by surprise. Some of you might have also really resonated or like had like an idea of yourself that was far more logical, or that was maybe against persons, maybe particular people, or maybe against certain emotions or certain parts of yourself that maybe want more fluidity. For example, maybe I'm not getting to give examples. Okay, I do feel like that is part of this energy, which isn't that focused again. It's calling for more openness and a more general feeling. I wonder if some of you feel like you've had to prove yourself in life, and the energy that this is calling you into, that you've been feeling more recently closer with, is an energy of like that younger you was okay as they were, like before you were like made to feel like you needed to earn a certain respect. There's a sense of like going home to a truer version of self that maybe isn't so hardworking for a lot of you, or isn't so rigid, or there's a feeling of like it feels more imperfect. Let's see if another card does want to come out. We have chicken. And back of the deck is slug. Yeah, I kind of feel like that's your fear. Because I'm kind of reading the chicken more in a weirder way. Like, what's that called? Like calling someone a chicken, like cowardly. I wonder if that was or is a fear of yours, being perceived as weak or cowardly. And I wonder if that is bringing you into emotions where you got told in earlier life that the part of you that was called cowardly was, well, like cowardly wasn't okay, and maybe you're being brought into that energy again, but this time it feels softer. This time you're able to see it with a new perspective of more innocence, more acceptance, with less conditions of love, and an openness. Maybe more of like an unfolding of your arms. Okay, I think that's your reading, pile number 1. I feel called in this moment to say feel free to check out any of the other piles if you felt drawn to them. Otherwise, I'll see you in another reading or another expression of life in whatever form that takes, be it on Earth or elsewhere. Bye bye. I have 3 decks on top of one another. I never do that. Usually they get their own space, so I wonder if there's something here about making space for yourself. like oh, you know what it is actually? I think it's more about usually you make more space for yourself. Usually you're more detached perhaps, or more solo, but that energy of collaboration, of being invited to have multiple decks around you. Yeah, a lot of you may have been through particular heartbreaks that made you feel as though it was easier to be alone, and now you're opening back to more togetherness. I want to note how the first like instinct I got from this like dripping part out of the heart wasn't the dripping, it was the image of this being I had the word telepathic, it being more cool. More, I guess, like an expression, like it was intended to be that way, and it's not like a heart leak but just a heart sharing and heart connection. Yeah. I feel called to say maybe some of you have experienced that heart expression more like a heart tether, as opposed to an open sort of unconditional expression of self. Maybe certain things happen to you after sharing yourself that made you feel powerless, and so you tried to grip to the type of power that you could relate to, and this is opening you to a new type of power that doesn't require being alone, or doesn't require so much restraint from you. More of an understanding that you can remain sovereign while sharing love with others too. I had something else to say. I think it was just more about explaining that tether, well, that then it got turned into a drip, but that wasn't the true form of it. But that just felt like an over-explaining, or what is that energy? It's a feeling like I could continue going on with that. Or I could continue to find reasons, but actually it feels safe. Or actually I feel more content than maybe I expected to. Even without doing certain things. Okay. Cool. Water! Can you see that? Oh no! My phone is on battery of the low kind. Down low. No problemo. Rhyme. Yeah. There we go. I didn't hear the click, the brr of the charging sound. I'll trust it's charging. And if not, then I'll be speaking to myself for a while. That's not too bad. Actually, I'll put your selenite. Do I put it away or not? No, I don't. Yes, I do. Why? Why'd you do this to me? Is that something you're experiencing? Maybe that's more to do with coyote. Welcome in, pal 2. I find myself wanting to complain a bit I want you to have the praying mantis card, but this is the manta ray card. Ordinarily, I would love having the manta ray card pop out, but in this moment, I feel a bit unable to appreciate it. Okay, we have coyote and manta ray. Did I say that? I know I said the manta ray part, but I guess I don't know if I said the coyote part. Those expressions could be significant for you. There's a shakiness to this pile for sure. Okay, I'll get some cards going down. Yeah. Maybe that's what that expression I just said earlier before beginning your pile was about. Down. Maybe going down is significant for you. I wonder if this will be a relationship, a two-person reading. Because I'm possibly seeing that, like, coyote and manta ray are two different beings. Perhaps a lot of you would resonate with coyote. Maybe you've just passed up an opportunity. Like, I'm seeing that manta ray, like, I wanted it to be something that it wasn't, even though ordinarily I would love this. And it's not really that I misread it, but maybe your instinct is to believe that you misread something, but it feels more intentional than that. Or perhaps some of you spoke about having misread something, but the truth was that you had read it correctly. Maybe you felt like you needed to be more sly in some way. Like you felt like it wasn't okay to tell the truth. Or at least not okay to tell the full truth directly. A bit slanted. Let's straighten these up. Yeah, I feel like perhaps you've yeah, a feeling of having acted or expressed yourself in a way that didn't feel in full truth to you, or didn't feel fully honest, but it was still like in a line. It feels like maybe you've told like a half truth, and maybe this reading is for processing why that was, or maybe feelings that have come up surrounding that. Okay. Let's put that up there. Up there. And what deck do we use now? I'll get some character cards for you. I wonder if you're missing something. Yeah, with this, like, there's definitely been a missed opportunity here, I think, because of, or just surrounding, perhaps communication that wasn't authentic. You might be good with your words. Like, you might know what to say to keep the peace, or maybe the opposite. You know what to say to get a particular outcome or a particular reaction. You might be quite observant like that. Maybe that has been like a coping mechanism for you. Maybe you learnt that honesty got you in trouble, or honesty in childhood equaled pain in some way. Maybe you felt like you were protecting others or protecting yourself by not fully communicating in a way that would feel more in alignment with truth, or how you really felt, possibly. Okay, so we have new guide, flower round, hazel tree. the example I'm getting is with Flower Realm Persephone, of saying that she is like of the flower realm, but then not expressing how she's also of the underworld. It's like that's not lying. She is of the flower realm, but it's not fully expressing the entirety, which would paint a more truthful experience, or a more like clarifying picture. Zeta. If this is definitely not resonating with you, I would say that this could be someone that you have recently, or just at some point, this could be someone else that you were on the other end of receiving communications or actions surrounding or from, and helping you to see their point of view, or just the experience more clearly. Yeah, I'm remembering the shakiness at the start, which is interesting because I'm not fully in that emotion, but it definitely came through. It came through a couple of times, a shakiness. We also have, I don't know if I said, Zeta and Rowan tree. Okay, and then the past. So this could have been something that happened in the past. This could have been expressions about the past that weren't true. And we have human at the back of the deck, and I'm seeing that more, I guess casually. That could also have to do with this, something that was expressed more casually than the truth. Like saying part feelings, but not the depth of them, which goes with that Persephone analogy too, of the surface level of feelings, as opposed and missing out the depth of experience that was a part of this. Yeah, so this could be something to do. Like, it could be recent expressions, but maybe those expressions were talking about something in the further past. Or maybe you can relate past to something else. Oh, I can also see it being like past, as in past opportunities. Maybe you passed up on something. This is interesting. I'm getting a similar feeling to pile 1, in that I'm not really in emotions right now. I wonder if you don't... But as soon as I said that, then I felt like a almost gush of emotion. So I wonder if you try and hide your emotions, but then once that's like pointed out to you, then you feel very emotional. That could have to do with the situation, like you didn't think you felt something, but then when something in particular was pointed out, then you felt like a wave of it. Or maybe this has to do with things being pointed out to you that was a part of like wanting to hide or wanting to distort your experience of what was pointed out. Okay, I think I would like to express what the human card I had mentioned was. What came out with that? Willow tree. Okay. Yeah, that human card made me think this time more of like a casual feeling of humans, and something of a phrase that I don't know, like something about like humans and their faults, or yeah, just seeing humans as more faulted, or like I'm only human, that kind of thing. Which I'm just thinking about because we have Hazel Tree and Rowan Tree, which are two very magical feeling trees. And Zeta is also like can be connected to humans, but in the future, so it's like a feeling that's coming through of like I'm only human, but then it's like, okay, but are you? perhaps there's a sense of having brought magic to a halt, or brought more of a normality to a situation than you were experiencing it to be. Let's use this deck. Yeah, I kind of feel like some of you might not be used to getting readings or resistant to them. I'm not sure. The place that's coming from for me is that I have a lot of cards out, but I feel like I haven't even really been able to sit with these cards, and I'm feeling a bit of an energy of judgment of it's not particularly intense, but it's a little bit like an intense judgment of like what's she gonna do next, or like where will she get the information from. It's okay, the feeling is that I think you view like the cards here, for example, but this will relate to other areas of life that this is the reading is more relevant for. I think you view the cards at face value, like a hazel tree, like a new guide. I don't know how to explain this energy quite. It's a feeling of like logic, but not logic in the way I would perceive it. Logic in a way of not allowing myself to really like sink in to the cards, into the feelings. I feel like I have to use my brain more in this energy, in your energy. Yeah, back of the deck is magic. See if we'll get any more from here. Interesting that we also got a card of this deck which has a lot of flowers in. And something about them being at the bottom. It's like the top is more mathematical, and the first message from your reading was, or one of the first, that could be significant for this, like not the first, but one of the first. One of the first messages was about down, and that feels like this, like going down into what's highlighted. Just allowing yourself to be less in your mind about what has gone on. I think maybe you've been trying to justify certain actions because you don't think that they were just, but you can use logic to find a way to still make your actions or your words appear to be in line with your own morals, or not appear to be, but be in line with your own sense of justice, your own sense of truth. But I think this reading is calling you more into maybe an understanding of why perhaps you haven't been able to let go of like certain aspects of this situation, because it's a feeling of you yourself don't really believe what you're trying to convince yourself of. It's not that you don't believe it to be true or that it is logical. I think you do believe that, but I think that what you're not able to let go of is a sense that your expression or your actions, whatever this is on about for you, didn't come from your heart, didn't come from a sense of openness and wanting to provide clarity, or wanting to provide a space of peace and love for whoever was involved. I feel like there is someone specific for you. And I think that might be what's bugging you, and that might be where the shaky energy comes from. So I think that there's processing that's going on for you surrounding those feelings. and maybe a reevaluation of what truth means to you, or maybe your own perspective of how you value truth. Maybe you value truth less now, or you like an old idea of the way you approach people or approach certain morals or sense of justness. Maybe that is being shaken up through this experience. We have integration. And back of the deck, healing, which was back of the deck before. So healing feels very significant here. I want to say, I feel like you've been through a lot. Conception. The frequency of conception invites us to bring our... I'm reading this backwards, so it might take a bit longer. The frequency of conception invites us to bring our consciousness to our origin, the place where everything in creation begins. Full stop. It helps us to remember the infinite. What does that say? The infinite potential and possibility of this space. Of this space. Okay. The infinite potential and possibilities of this space. And what we can... I'm getting so distracted by some people's annoyance at this. I wonder if that's a part of this, being distracted by certain people who were triggered or were annoyed at certain feelings you had, or certain ways of existing or communicating that you had. We can... I forgot where I was at. I'm going back. There's something about like allowing yourself to do it your way, as opposed to perhaps what someone in your ear has been telling you, or maybe it's not actually someone in particular in your ear, or a judgmental figure you have surrounding you, but maybe it's your own mind, like a certain part of you who is whispering in the other part of you's ear. And I also wanted to say something about like there might be a call into more lightheartedness and seeing what sheds through that, because that feels like a sense of bringing acceptance into this, allowing yourself to see the truth of the way you acted, and also how you feel about that, and how you would like to act in similar situations going forwards. There's a feeling of like bringing lightness to it, bringing forgiveness to the past, and thus also forgiveness into the future, allowing yourself to become in alignment with that which you're wanting to become in alignment with. I want to like push more forwards an energy or a message of like, should that be something you're wanting? Okay, so let's go back to after that full stop. Where was the full stop? Okay. It helps us to remember the infinite potential and possibilities of this space, and what can manifest through our own focused awareness and intention. Okay, it helps that I have read these cards a lot in past readings, I think. Subconsciously, I want to say, though. Parts conscious, parts subconsciously. Maybe that is significant here. Like, perhaps you wanted to turn a blind eye and say that it wasn't through your awareness of what went on, but maybe it was like partly. again with the like half-truth feeling. Transformation and integration and conception, these three all just feel like returning to who you feel yourself to be and who that is without, I want to say like without baggage, without the whispering in your ear. Who are you naturally? How do you operate naturally? I feel like you're allowing yourself to find more ease with relations. I'm wanting to say the word the core of this. What is the core of this? Yeah, that's where I'm gonna leave your reading, pal number 2. I love you very much and see you in another reading if I do, or see you through love and the essence that is all that exists if not. Bye bye. Floggledy flop. Okay, maybe hazel tree is specifically significant. Maybe there'll be a bit of a pile 2.5 here. Because hazel tree flopped off the table. I don't know if you could see that. And I shall pick it up with my big toe and my second biggest toe. Oh wait. Let's see if any more of these want to come out. Talk to us, hazelnut tree. Wait, not hazelnut tree, just hazel tree. But it produces hazelnuts. So why is it not called hazelnut tree? Because it's not named after the nuts. The tree is named after the soul. And the nuts are simply birthed from that. Burped from that. Thrown up from that. I wonder if there's an energy of throwing up here. Ooh, throwing up the hazelnuts. Who doesn't love hazelnuts though? Especially roasted hazelnuts. Okay, we have willow. You know, I've been noticing how many hazelnut trees or hazel trees there are in my surroundings. There's so many. I didn't know that, like, so many of the bushes that I see around, it's like, whoa, there'll be nuts falling from there. Okay, willow tree. Oh, and he popped out earlier. And berries. Was that for you or pile 1? I think that was pile 1, maybe. Berries and Orion. Ooh, interesting. And holly at the back of the deck. Holly. I'm hearing sparked your interest with fairies. Appointed? Maybe you were appointed a certain position. Maybe that wasn't one you wanted. I feel like it maybe was and wasn't. Or complicated situation, perhaps. Okay. Hazel tree. What do you want to tell us? I'm being really drawn into the dot. It's like I could sink into it and then pop out in this dot, like a mole. I don't have a mole. Maybe moles are significant. Oh. That reminds me of something. Okay, I'll have to use this deck. I'll have to. Maybe there was a sense of feeling like you had to do something. But I want to bring more... I want to bring in invitation of, like, questioning to that. Did you really have to? Because I think it will bring you a sense of being able to fully let go if you take more ownership on the past or on your own experiences and how much of that came from you. it may initially have a sting to it, but I think that it will allow you to ultimately feel more like you're actually able to process this and able to move on. For a lot of you, this could be something surrounding someone that you don't want a connection with, but you still have hang-ups surrounding, and it's because of a feeling of having maybe treated them in a way that you wouldn't want to treat them again if you were to redo it. So it's bringing clarity to the truth, even if that is facing a part of yourself that you wouldn't want to be there, so that you can bring love to that part of you, bring acceptance. This is my unconditional love card, and the 2 is standing out to me. Oh yeah, your pile 2 also. Just 2 being surrounding partnerships, or more than one. And then beach. Okay. What was the back of the deck? My life. Yeah, that's a taking ownership feeling. Bam, bam. Okay. I'm really noticing the gap in the middle. Could this have to do with particular space taken? Beach. What is the beach on about? I'm in the feeling of like I'm not feeling like I'm going to be able to read these. I wonder if you didn't do things your own way. And that message kind of came through earlier too, because, and that message of like you feeling perhaps forced into something, and the messages, okay, messages maybe particularly, the whispering in one's ear, or your ear. Where did I get that from? Oh yeah, because I felt like I wasn't trying to read these cards in my personal way, and I then noted that, and then I was like, okay, let me just feel into what I'm experiencing right now, which is more of how I like to read as of late. I lost my train of thought. Trains could be significant. They could be. They really could be. Yeah, that's what I feel like an energy you might have taken, or might be inclined to sink into, which is like a defense of like trying to convince maybe others that something was out of your control, or more difficult. Not fully, because that's actually what you feel is the hang up, but because I think that's what you feel like will create peace. But I think the sense of non-peace is coming from how you don't feel fully like in your heart or in your soul that is the perhaps problem, or that is the hang up. There's a feeling of like having been taught that you needed to justify your actions, as opposed to looking at like acting from a space of love, and that being okay no matter what that created. There's a feeling of like you may have acted from love in the past, but that was not accepted, and so you learned to act from logic and what could be perceived as love or perceived as right, as opposed to what actually felt authentic for you, or what feels loving. An example I got with that was in school, like how if you can convince the teacher that you like were late, for example, for a good reason, then they won't tell you off. But if you don't have a good enough reason, then you'll get told off. So it feels like you might have experienced that energy, but heavily in childhood, and a feeling of then feeling like everything is kind of out to get you, and trying to probe out, okay, where's your excuse, where's your like justification. It's a feeling of like you were taught that it's not okay to be wrong, or it's not okay to take actions that you later don't agree with. And that's why this energy of unconditional love wants to come through, so that you can see the truth of your actions based off like an allowance within yourself that whatever you do find within yourself, or whatever actions you have taken, are okay, and that you never needed to prove yourself. You just were lovable, just who you are. Some of that clicked for some of you, but others of you it hasn't clicked. Okay. Yeah, because I think that you might go into like taking some of like the wisdom you get to with that state of more acceptance, and then turning that back into the same approach of like using that wisdom to like make a point, something along those lines. It's a feeling of like still being on the defense. And with that, I kind of want to ask the question, probe the question, because I like the word probe. Well, I forgot it because I got distracted with that. Yeah, didn't that come through earlier? Distraction being a thing here. Distraction. It was a question I was going to ask you. I guess it doesn't matter. I was thinking it in the reading, so it was ready for you to receive intuitively. That feels a part of this too. Maybe some of you just know how that's applicable. I want to ask the question, like, what's your approach now? And inviting like an allowance of what isn't that to fall away. I meant yeah. I was seeing that in terms of like letting go of how you've acted or what happened in the past, based on the acceptance that is like the present, based off the feeling of who you are now and who you from what place you want to act going forwards. It's like then the past doesn't matter, but I think the past matters to you only when you don't fully allow for like an acceptance or like a allowance of yourself to see the truth. Maybe the truth of your heart is significant here. I got a really strong ringing in my ear just a bit ago. And that goes with that energy of magic that I touched on, as well as these cards. But I don't know what to say about that, so I just wonder if that is a synchronicity for some of you. Or a clarifying something. There's something about how like the top of the beach, this circle, for me, is where it's being drawn down for you. Oh, that word down again. I just thought of Down syndrome. That could be a synchronicity, or again, something that clarifies something for you, for some of you. Yeah, I have like a kind of ringing in my ear right now still. It's like my mind is connected to that headspace of I heard something along, well, I didn't hear something along the lines of, I heard higher attunement, which feels like this, again, of a feeling of like saying something is like along the lines of, as opposed to like a directness. Okay, I'm gonna take these up. Maybe there'll be more. I feel like I won't know till I have them cleared away. There could be something in pile 1 for you, in case that's relevant. Okay. Oh, I think maybe a message of that is, it's kind of what I've been saying anyway, but I guess a reiteration. I'm seeing a chariot in the clouds in front of me and thinking, if you felt stuck, then it feels like looking to your past, or looking to your feelings surrounding past relationships or past triggers with certain people. That would be the key to where the anchor is on the chariot, or from the chariot, that can then be understood and let go of, and then movement forward can happen. Okay. Now what? Ancient Egypt, the ancient past. I have no reason to make those sounds. But everything comes from a reason, so I do have a reason. I just think that it was relevant to the reading. To your energy. Doo-ba-doo-ba-doo. Okay. That can go there. That can go there. No, it can't. It's in the view. I don't want it to be in the view. What don't you want to be in the view? Hey, Mr. Pile number 2 doodling gets. Okay, water and aquamarine away. Nice. Yeah, I think there's something so potent for you about letting go. It was just that putting your crystal away felt so significant. Crabs could be important. Wonton crabs. Wonton soup. Ramen. Nendo. Psyche. I don't have, wait, I do have a Psyche card, but I don't have a Nendo card. To everyone's dismay. To everyone's disapproval. Is that relevant here? Dismay and disapproval. Where are you, Psyche? Hey, telepathy could be a part of this, especially having said the word magic so much. I feel out of it. There he is. The unfinished, unpainted Psyche. Who's Psyche? Yours. Your Psyche. Psycho. Ah! Oh, this just makes me think of projections. Oh, wait. No, I mean, Psyche. Psycho. And this one makes me think of projections. GPG. Whoa, we're on 1 hour and a half. Oh no! It's gonna get dark soon. I think I'll start pile 3. Oh, there's just something here. There's something for me to say. I don't know what though. Is that you? Yes. I'm gonna say it is, even if it's not. And with that, we begin pile 3. scroll can go up over here this time, though. Welcome in, pile 3. The green fluorite, grey squirrel, and the tears card. Cards. Multiple cards. There's something about how I feel like the tears card is the only card. That grey squirrel doesn't count here. So perhaps you feel inclined towards like an energeticness that you actually feel is somewhat of a hindrance in some way. Like you feel more called into the releasing aspect of this tears card as opposed to maybe a more jumpy or more proactive energy of the grey squirrel. Some of you might be missing someone. Maybe some of you are wanting a hug from someone that doesn't feel right in some way, but you want it. Or doesn't fit in somehow way. I'm seeing this like a hug, but I'm also noting that it feels a bit like a bat, which I don't know why I would think that doesn't feel natural. I was just thinking of like vampires and then like energetic vampires and that whole spiel, the idea that many people have around that. We also have carrot card and this card. Yeah, I feel like your energy feels very dispersed. Okay, some of you I feel the need to mention, if you wanted a clarification on if what you're feeling is your own emotion or someone else's, then it's someone else's. But if that doesn't resonate for you, I'm gonna keep speaking as if it isn't, because I think that's not I think the majority of you, this is your own emotion. I don't even know if that's true, but I think you'll know, having heard that confirmation or not. Okay. I suddenly feel changed. Let's get a character card. Or several. Or maybe more animal cards. The word spiteful came through. Maybe some of you are feeling spiteful. Maybe it's like you want a hug from someone that you feel like you shouldn't want a hug from. Maybe there's a sense of like peace intertwined with disagreement. Maybe some of you are in conflict with a partner or with loved ones or loved one. What's going on? Okay. Okay, I'm taking all of those. The back of the deck is Mika. I think there's a sense of detachment here, but not one that you're at peace with. Okay. If that's not true, I feel like this wouldn't be your reading. But feel free to... obviously, feel free to go with what you feel inclined towards. Joe. Okay. So we have Mamaya, who is a grandmother. So family could be significant here. Or a feeling of family. With that, I'm also just strongly getting a sense of like someone warm, someone that you'd really want to hug. Like a grandma feeling. We also have Shishishi, Bibichi, Halo, Ilya, and Elliot. Okay. There could be something about slowing down for your pile. Oh yeah, I said that with the grey squirrel at the start. I kind of feel like I'm wanting to drag things out here, but that might be a bit uncomfortable for you. Or it's a feeling of readjusting, actually. You might be readjusting to a new way. this definitely has to do with others. We have puffin and pig. Oh, bird! I haven't used bird cards for ages. We have coyote at the back of the deck. I'm gonna put that there. It kind of feels like that's what's holding everything in place in some sense. There could be 5 people involved. Take that if it resonates. Okay, I feel drawn to saying the type of people these are, just in case that resonates for some, but feel free to ignore this or skip ahead. So we have a grandma, we have a tree being who's very feminine, or like a daughter, and then we have kind of more of a solo but feminine, but maybe like a kind of active feminine, or quite prideful feminine. Someone quite vocal or expressive, confident, but maybe like quote unquote secretly I heard depressed or more anxious than they appear. Then we have Elia, who they could resonate with non-binary. They're a masculine, but they feel very feminine. I'm even blanking. Maybe they are a feminine that just feel masculine, but it's not like a strength to a feminine. It's just like a, which one are you feeling? Best friend could be significant for that. And then Elliot is, I want to say he's a son, or he's a young man, or an old boy. I always get brought to his red hair. He could live, they could live far away, or that this could be a student of sorts. Very open to learning. Okay, that's for those of you that resonated for. That could also all be one person if that applied. Let's get some bird cards. Puffin pig. You definitely feel a strong connection with them. I guess with it, because this could be you could be wanting, I'm going to say them. You can define how you interpret that word yourself. Yeah, carrot is just making me think of like seeing in the dark, and this is a strong empathy card for me too. Like your aura is very out. It's a combo of like red and purple, so it's like the spiritual realm being in tandem with the physical, like in your body you are feeling. Yeah, I feel like you feel the connection very strongly to you. And I keep like bringing it onto a negative note. I just kind of realized now that it didn't have to be that. And I think that is what you're realizing, that you have more control over the way you relate to this energy. And maybe let's get a card for how you're being called in, what energy you're being called into. We have Little Grieve at the back, which I wanted to show. I tried to show that the right way up. I don't know if I did, but that card mirrors itself. That feels significant here. I can't get at how though. Okay, we have, is that Sparrowhawk and Shelduck. Let's put those there. And get another one to go there. I feel like the nest is important for this card. Like you're being called into nesting. Like making an energy more at home. Creating more of a softness for yourself. More of a caretaking, like nourishing feeling. What nourishes you? What soothes your... I kind of want to say what soothes your personality. Or something that is very personal to you. And we have the Bramblings. Yeah, I'm gonna say that for most of you there's a sort of conflict going on, and yet there's also a lot of love shared here. For some of you, I don't think this is everyone, but for some of you, this is like a one-sided conflict. I would say if that is the case, I actually no, it could go either way. Okay. That could be also significant for you that it could go either way, which feels like this whole energy of like it's a lot of love, but also being on the fence, or like a not fully togetherness, and so there's a questioning that you might be having of, okay, what do I do from here, or how do I bring peace to this situation, or what do I really want from this situation? You may be looking more at your emotions than what? I feel like you're actually being called more into logic than your feelings. I think there could be a lot of feelings that come up. Maybe you relate that to more triggers, or just there's a lot of energy that feels like you're used to it being so dispersed, or you're used to your own energy being quite I heard the word stagnant, but that was kind of the opposite of what I was getting at, which was more like moving, but it's like moving in the same pattern. You might go in cycles with how you feel about them, or this is a situation that can be cyclical. I'm thinking of the word shell duck and like picking shells up from the beach. Okay, I think it's just drawing me to my relation to that. This isn't completely true, but what I'm being drawn to is me going to the beach, loving collecting shells, and then once I'm back home, not caring about them, and like kind of just like putting them all in one plant pot. So you might go from like really loving something to then not caring about it. Or maybe it's a feeling of like not being able to cry over this. Some of you want to release them, and there's a stuckness you feel surrounding that, and others of you want closeness, and there's still a stuckness of feeling like you can't have that. Maybe that is true for some of you. Maybe for some of you this is someone who has deceased, but there's still an energy of like things don't feel fully at ease with you. And for everyone here, an invitation into questioning what kind of relationship do you want with them now. Okay, I want to ask, like, why is there conflict? What is it surrounding? Or what's the holdup? What's not allowing you to fall into the option that feels most aligned for you? We have coherence. Cool. Like to see it. Back of the deck is authority. I'll hold that up because that could be very significant. Some of you might want to screenshot that. Okay. Coherence. I'll read it upright and then there it is. That's what it looks like. And now I'll read it this way. The frequency of coherence supports our ability to harmonize the frequency of the heart with the frequency of the mind for an optimal ability to create the reality we desire. Oh wait, that's we'll keep them out. Okay. That goes with these two cards too, because Carrot is making me think of like what you see, the mind, and then but it's also very rooted and fertile, I want to say. It's like switched on quite potently. Oh, also a combination of like root energy and yeah, root and crown, which is this also. Well, this is more heart and crown, or third eye. I don't know, the throat chakra maybe even. Maybe I think you might get trapped up in things or wrapped up in parts that aren't necessary. Like I felt like I was saying things that, while they were true, they didn't really apply, or it wasn't the important part that feels like it will have either to do with the heart or the mind. I think it ranges for those of you here, because I feel some of you are far more in your heads and some of you are far more in your emotions. But like either way, there's a cloudedness that comes with that, or like an incoherence with your actions. What you're attached to in your mind isn't how you're feeling in your heart. I want to get one of these cards, and then that might actually be it, even though I feel like I've opened the space for you. Okay, there's something about this, how I feel like I haven't really given much, but I also definitely feel like that's your energy. So I wonder if that plays a big part of this, feeling like you haven't done enough. And we had that a bit with the grey squirrel, of like a speediness of sorts, or proactiveness. Some of you have emotions surrounding having tried a lot, and some of you have emotions surrounding not having tried a lot, or not, or having tried or not having tried in like particular ways. And again, whichever place that's coming from, the heart or the mind, you're being asked to kind of switch that round. We have Mintaka. Wanting to say closing the gap, or shifting your... This is a shift of your relationship with them. Because I'm thinking how Mintaka can be perceived as like non-existent to some, but others it's changing the relationship that you have with like what exists and what doesn't exist, or past and present perhaps, or giving more weight to spiritual connection perhaps for some of you. Allowing that to bring you into more ease, to more of a state of peace and acceptance. There's like a roughness that wants to be healed within you. Yeah, I feel like you're of two minds. Feeling tugged in different directions. I want to get a character card for you. What approach do we take to the two minds, or to the two directions? Peace, Tanaka. Okay. This is a character who is like opposite of squirrel energy. It's like unthinking, unmoving, allows himself to be carried with the flow. Okay, I think this is a guidance message, should it resonate with you, of what happens when you let go, what happens like to your mind or to your heart, whichever one is more applicable for you, when you release your control. How do you feel called to interact with this then? When you're in a state of like inner peace, maybe peace with them, then what? Because I think for some of you, the actions that will create more of a sense of peace come from you like tapping into like your ideal state of peace. Tapping into what you're desiring and what the object in between that desire is. but I feel like that overcomplicated it for some of you. I think that was helpful for like half of you, but not for the other half, which it feels like this again, it's like half and half feeling. The term namaste could be important for some of you. I think also maybe flipping a coin about this would help, because it would show you how you really feel about it, I think. So some of you that's confusing, it doesn't apply. There's no like decision to be made. It's just more of an approach. Or like an internal softening. But I also want to flip it. And some of you, it's like that idea of softening and letting go doesn't bring peace. It brings more strife, because actually what you're wanting to do is close the gap and connect more closely, connect more deeply, like lock in more. And that is what brings peace, even if it's from more of like an invigorated action space. That is what brings that peace. But again, I think that's not for everyone, so you'll have to discern yourself in this situation, which I think feels relevant too, because I could have done multiple piles, and so this energy, we could have split this into two and been like, okay, like this is exactly what's going on. But I think the elusivity of this is important for you to find something about like realizing, I think maybe that you have more, I don't know what this is. It's like there being multiple, what is this? And why am I getting tripped up over this? Is that how you're feeling? Like this, it's something simple that you have the solution to, but you're getting tripped up over it? What are the feelings surrounding that? Transition. The frequency of transition supports our deep understanding of the ever-changing nature of existence and our lives, so that we can learn to let go. I see, with that even, I almost read learn to not let go. I think some of you, it's like learning that certain things don't have to die, that you can feed energies, and others of you, it is learning the art of letting go of that which does die. Surrender to the process and allow transition to occur with ease and grace. I feel like for most of you, the feeling of letting go really just opens up your heart space, and it brings a very new energy to your life. It opens up more room for newer energies to replace the old that there might have been a cling to. And I'm sending those of you who want this hugs. Look at me, Cancer Mercury. Some of you may feel like you have to find things to say or find more logic than you feel called into. I also want to say it's okay to feel messy. It's okay for this to not not be a straight line. It's okay for you to be discovering. To be approaching this situation not only discovering like what comes from the space, but also more internally what or who you become with this change. And some of you might want to hone in on that, like what do you want to come of that? Some of you it's more of like an explorative energy of being open to what does just kind of prop up how things naturally unfold, but others of you it's more of like a decisive, how do I want things to unfold? But yeah, I think that a lot of you may have been in some sense running in circles or trying to keep on top of things, like trying to keep on top of this as opposed to allowing it to hurt or allowing it to cause that change within you. I feel like even though the first card is the grey squirrel, and I want to say like even though there are bigger cards around, the card you're being called into is the tears, or that's the main card it feels like. And I also want to note the coyote at the back of the deck, which can speak to a lot of a lot of lightheartedness. Some of you had been trying to cope with more of a lightness than you're feeling the experience to be, and others of you feel like bringing in more lightheartedness would help process this. Maybe both. Okay, that's where I'm going to leave your reading, pile number 3. Much love to you on this transformational, shifting, new journey. Ah! Boy. Oh, I just remembered. Ah! Ooh, everything's going everywhere now. Some of you might want to look up the bird symbolism of shelduck. It flopped on the floor. Oh yeah, the coherence card feels so relevant for the crystal you chose, which is green fluorite, which can speak to the mind and the heart. We only got one of these guys. Is that significant? We only got one of these guys. There's only one. That might feel quite emotional too. Like the grounded realization that there is only one of everything, and so losing one thing, like nothing will replace that. And maybe some of you are really falling into that knowing. Allowing it to crack you open in some way. Birth maybe a newfound appreciation for it or them. Maybe for yourself too. Or for each moment with yourself, or each moment with, or selection part of life. Okay, let's put your crystal away. That there's only one really kind of hit. I felt recently, I don't know what this is, like I feel like I've been saying more often, like how things won't apply for everyone, or like I'm seeing more of how like maybe 90% of what I say is fitting, but then I'm feeling the 10% that's not, and I'm wanting to like include all of them. So that could be relevant for your pile, something about including it all, even the small parts, or I don't know, interpret that if you want. I feel like I almost read that the wrong way around. Is that also relevant? Reading things the wrong way around? That pile 3 energy, that just makes, I just feel like I need to like flop into a sofa and just merge with that sofa for a while. Hug, hug, hug. Okay. Lion. Oh, this will be a refreshing reading, I think. Or maybe smooth one. I don't know. I'm just remembering how it came out. So, blonk. Welcome in, pile 4. Lion. Rah. Oh, it's caught something. The lion, it has caught something in its net. What's another word for mouth? I want another word for mouth. Jaw? No. Wait. Is the jaw both the outside and the inside? Or maybe it's in between the outside and the inside? Is that relevant for your reading? Oh, I really want Mantid to pop out for you. Maybe that's just my energy. I think maybe you have... Actually, I want to put your crystal like in a weird way. Maybe it'll end up moving around during the reading. I'm wanting to relay the message that I was about to say. Which was... What was it? I forget. Have you forgotten? Or do you just sometimes forget? That's your reading. I meant that not like that's the end of the reading. I meant like that's how you'll know if it's your reading, if you're someone who forgets a lot. Another pile 2, I think. I was wanting the Mantid pardon me could be significant. Oh, pardons. I had wanted the Mantid card. Praying Mantid. Or Praying Mantis. I don't remember which one it is that I have in this deck. Probably Mantid. No, probably Mantis. I don't know. What is this energy? Oh no! Some of the crystal has crumbled. Okay. I'm excited to see what comes of this. Okay, we have ash tree. Is that also what's going on for your reading or experience? You excited to see what comes of something? Ash tree mintaka. Something along the lines of like, what is once lost is not lost forever. You might be tapping into the experience of something at different points in time, or I think this has to do with certain like other dimensions, or seeing like the depth, or like what is inside something. Okay, I'm being brought to an experience I had of walking down a lane and connecting to a sycamore tree, and the inside of the tree had like, I don't remember what they were. Did I know at the time? I don't remember if I knew at the time either. So there could be a lot of mystery surrounding this, or just like an invitation into the mystery is what this feels like. Inside the tree were loads of beings, and it's giving fairies vibes, but they felt very different to fairies. And it's a feeling of like I was invited into the tree, and it just made me so happy. They like, I don't remember what they did, but they did something. It's like, it felt like they were constantly in party mode, constantly like doing something like chipper, very chipper. Maybe it's a bit more of an extravagant energy than chipper, a bit more Leonian, like the lion, more royal feeling, or not quite royal, but glamorous maybe. No, it's like it's more of a fullness than chipper. That word feels to me like chipper feels a bit more like Gemini, but this feels also maybe Cancer, the in between of Gemini and Leo. Again with the in between here. Cool. I like the in between. Oh yeah, you also have the malachite and the azurite on the same crystal. And this crystal, I feel like I don't know which way up it goes. So there really is a lot of mystery here, isn't there? Ain't it? Not ain't there, ain't it? You might be doing things differently to what people expect you to do. Did that make sense? Maybe you're questioning if something makes sense or not. Okay, we have Beach, the unconditional love card. It might be something you've already done or experienced. You may have experienced this type of relation or this type of energy or whatever this is on about for you. You've experienced this before. It might be love, like a return to love, a sense within yourself of connection, maybe connection to beings. Maybe you're feeling more open to your own soul and that relationship with all the other souls that you're encountering too. I feel like you're building a very personal relationship with those around you, and I'm feeling like for most of you this is more spiritually based, more like the beings around you. Well, that's everything. How do I reword that? Not gonna. I feel like you're being invited into like a reset of sorts, but it feels old. Yeah, reset, like you're winding back time and feeling like you're, I heard feeling like you're young again, but I was trying to say feeling like you're, I think that is apparent here though. Also Leo, relating to the 5th house, the child. You're feeling like a child, like you're connecting to the heart of that around you. You're feeling like the wind is whispering and like the trees are inviting you in for like a ooh, for a clearing. The trees are inviting you in for a clearing. I was gonna say, oh whoa, it's just gone from my mind, and I saw something fly. It felt like a light flying, a bird of light. It didn't feel like a bird. I don't know what. A light in front, but then it's like at one point it just cut off and it felt like going into a portal. So maybe you feel like you're portaling. Let's get runes. I'm curious what would come out here. I'm in an interesting feeling. It's like I'm close to being in more of like channeling beings. Like, let's see who wants to come through and talk. But I'm not quite there. So I wonder if that's what you're experiencing. We have Fehu. We have Wunjo. Ah, I love this. It's a feeling of tapping into the magic of life, to the joys of living. This has to do with like loads of creatures, surely, for lots of you. Othala. Yeah, that's that like return home though. It's like it's not purely renewed. It's a feeling of like feeling fresh and like that being a way that feels so natural to you. I think that word natural really fits. And we have Anzus. Yes, I love this. It's such like a delving into the subconscious or delving into the conscious of those that you relate to being outside of yourself, but maybe from within. That's not confusing. Let's get number cards for you. Are you just not quite in this energy? Because I don't feel quite in it. Okay, I'm going to do some language of, I don't know, some sorts. We'll see what wants to come through. Oh, I haven't done this for ages. Is that also what you've experienced? It's like I don't know which point to start at. 20, wait, is that 12? That's 12. I don't know why I'm not beginning. Is that what you're feeling? I don't think that's me. I feel like that's you. I do feel close, but... Okay, 11 wants to pop out at the back of the deck. Whew, okay. Maybe there's a sudden breathing in, like a clenching that happens when you get close. It's a feeling of like, I don't know how, or what am I really doing? Let's get some character cards for you too. Is that in line? Kind of. It's wonky, but I don't care. Could that be a message for you? It's wonky, but I don't care. Yeah, and that's when it plopped out. Cecilia, talkative Cecilia. Playful Cecilia. Says anything Cecilia. I can't do it. Why can't I do it? Back of the deck is a harem. I wonder if you feel too small, or like you don't trust something. I feel like it's small because I cut the deck to John 2, who is a small armadillo, and Hakase is also popping out, who is also small. Okay. Are you really though? Simple questioning. I would need to relax in your pile. I'm gonna bring out my legs and put them on my chair arm. Okay, what's going on, hey? Hey, Mr. Oh! Okay, maybe this is why. Yeah, I'm not actually going to. I think I just needed to feel my little deck in my pocket. With the first card from a new deck. Fenrir. Let's show that on. I love Fenrir. Dooba-dooba-doo. He can come out. I wasn't expecting that. Is that in? Yeah. Okay. Even my voice then went to more of a serious or more full tone, which feels like Fenrir. Like it brings in a sense of like girth. Yeah, it's a largeness. Like Fenrir is a big black dog. Like not just a big dog, but wait, not just a black dog, but a big one. Because I also have a close connection to another spirit who is a border collie, who is a black dog, but this is a big black dog. Okay. I feel like that's simple. It's like going from feeling small, which I'm not also putting in the reading. It's just that was made known to us. Some of you might feel trapped. There's a sense of like allowing yourself to feel powerful, allowing yourself to feel, what is that? I think it's that simple, your own power. And for a lot of you also protected. Fenrir is a spirit who makes me feel very, very safe.
makes me feel very held in a fierce way. Or it's not fierce, it's very gentle. It's quite Cancerian, actually. It feels, yeah, just safe. There's a sense of like really wanting this to be a way that you move through life, or whatever this is on about for you, for like a long lasting, for a long time. Like joy and abundance, like such richness here, like that feeling of like feeling so connected and wanting that to be for a long time. That's what the Othala rune is making me think of. What is the Anzus that comes after then? Because I love that being there. Oh, that also feels like Fenrir. Well, I don't know why. Okay, I guess I'm saying that. Okay, I'll relate that. There's like a depth that it has. And a feeling of like, this is true to my soul, and I want to remain in connection to this truth. This feels so special. I keep being drawn to my own connection to like certain spirits, and how I don't want to lose that. I love that. I want to only continue to be closer with that, or with them. Like a lot of my love of life comes through I'm gonna say in this reading, my connections. Feeling the closeness with all of my friends. Maybe for some of you it's relevant remembering your friends. Getting to know your friends. Finding new friends, or developing new connections with old friends. I feel like the word perspective is key here. Like how you're viewing. How you're viewing what? I want a sacred geometry card for that. Because I was thinking of it more simply like how you're viewing it, whether it be like a remembrance of souls that you already love, or like forming new connections with those that you haven't met before. I just don't personally believe we haven't met anyone before, so but it depends on what form, so my perspective. I don't feel like getting one out, but we have dynamic popping out. The frequency of dynamic supports our ability to harmonize between layers and aspects of different origin. Ah, that feels like this. It's like connecting. There's just like so many soul friends in this reading. Like we're happy parties inside trees and underground and everywhere. In the hearts. Hearts connecting, hearts weaving. Oh yes, this is such a Weaver of Wills feeling. In a lighter way than sometimes I view that word, or than my the picture Weaver of Wills looks like. That looks a bit too purple for this. This feels more like light blue, or like light turquoise, or like this energy has too many twinkles. Or it's not even that. Nuga. It's smoother than twinkles, but there are twinkles, but there is also like an oval like feeling. Some of you got that. Yeah, that's what I love. Yeah, this is the feeling of like connecting to those who really get you. Okay, the rest of this says, It helps us to put together a reality that is made up of different elements, both familiar and completely new, with ease, grace, and great joy. Delight and crown chakra. This for I want to say for 90% of you, 94% of you, this is like the feeling of connecting with all your spirit friends and just being so in line with a way of living that feels completely true to you. You feel like yourself. You feel I want to say like maybe this is dependent for all of you, but the feeling is like not a care in the world, like fulfilled. And so I just keep wanting to say like loving all of your friends. Maybe some of you, like, that is inclusive of like physical human friends too, but it's like, especially with that crown chakra popping out, I feel like for the majority of you, this is believing and falling into your connection with those of the unseen or those of a different breed than you. And yet it doesn't feel like a different breed, it feels like your breed. It feels like this is the part of life that you so cherish. These are the connections that make you feel, I heard lived in. That's an interesting phrase. It changes my perspective on this reading again. Like it brings more of this like Anzus and Fenrir, like darker, deeper feeling. Okay, with the lion also, I'm thinking how it's a fixed sign, Leo, at least. I keep relating it to Leo. It's fixed. Oh, I'm thinking about the jaw too. I was just talking... Okay, the jaw, yes, gripping, and this is relating to the fixed energy, but now I'm thinking also that jaw message was also just about getting that, like, the in-between. It's not on the outside, but it's not on the inside. It's both, or... Yeah, I guess I'll say it's both. Not in between, it's just both. Though some of you might relate it more to the in-between. Yeah, the fixed energy. I forgot what that was. It's a feeling of like being able to ground this connection, ground this knowing, or feeling like it's more not palatable, more, or maybe palatable, like reachable, or you just feel closer. Or that's what this reading is like highlighting the desire of within you. Oh yeah, the fixed energy is like going with that long-lastingness. Feeling like you want to live in this energy. Or with this energy. I'm thinking about how how do I phrase this? This is just a connection to such a divine, magical way of living. And feeling so loved through spirit, through the depth of all of this. Feeling how much more alive everything is. Feeling how much more everything there is to life. Exploring all that is. Back of the deck, circle is a cross between like source and the shape, a circle. It's a feeling of like everything that you could think of from this one place. There might be a sense of like simplifying things too. Like this was simpler than you thought it would be, or like allowing the connection to be more grounded because of its simplicity. Like a not needing to push because the connection isn't one that is like actually far from you, and so there's no reaching. It's a feeling of like true conversation is what I want to say, where I don't know how to explain the image I'm getting. Actually, I do. I just felt like maybe it was weird. Maybe that's how you're feeling. Like you're tapped into this, but it just feels weird. Blue. The color blue could be significant. Oh, interesting, because it feels like before I was saying it would be such a light blue, but it also is such like a dark blue too. I forgot what I was actually trying to say. That is that feeling though of like, it's not trying to say, it's like the access is granted through the acknowledgement of the present connection, as opposed to trying to seek. It's so much closer than reaching. It's so much closer than searching. I like bringing it back to the perspective of like remembering your friends as opposed to creating new friendships. And it's the feeling of being able to talk as yourself with them. And play as yourself with them too. I love being treated like such a friend by other beings. It's making me tear up. It's just the best feeling of like I'm just being brought a lot to the sycamore experience of those beings in the tree. It's like they're like, come on. It's like I wasn't expecting it, and I wasn't expecting them to be so inviting of me. Okay, that's a lot in this energy, because it was a feeling of like my natural inclination was to view them like their own private home, like a private realm, like a realm of like more closed off to outsiders. But then the way that it's like, because they all felt like they were the same species, and that they were just, I don't know, like they were at home, they were in their home and doing their thing that they love to do all the time. And then for them to just like talk to me and be like, yeah, come on, and like invite me in, that just felt so loving, and like I was really I don't know, I felt like a part of them, and I felt so serious, like like I really saw myself as like so stuck up compared to these like such just unconditionally loving, just so open beings who would. But that's the thing also, there was another thing of like, they didn't feel like they were open to everyone. Like I felt like I was getting special treatment. And that made me, I think, a bit wary too. Because maybe I felt a bit like I had to be on best behavior. But it's like what I was being shown was like, you can't try. It's like you don't have to try. It's literally just your natural essence is someone that we accept in. But I just felt a bit like I didn't fully see my own loving nature, and that they were really highlighting that to me, and I just felt so seen and so I think alive. No, I just hit in my head. That's your reading, pile 4. Yeah, okay, I am gonna end your reading there. Okay, I love you very much, pile number 4. I hope I see you again. If not in this lifetime, then we'll meet in another, I'm sure. Bye bye. Oh, I feel more in my like what is this? Wanting to touch things energy. I wonder if that's yours. Didn't you read yes. I wonder if some of you are from it's this particular pile. It's when I had my Labradorite and wait, let's bring him in. And take your malachite out. Take him out. Bang. I think that's like the 3rd time I've said that. In life. I say that kind of jokingly, but it's true. This life, at least. Well. Wait. I don't finish that sentence. Where is my Labradorite? He was under the covers. I always have him in bed to sleep. Well, almost always. Yes, I wonder if some of you are from a pile of this Labradorite. The first time that I was talking about how he had changed souls, and I was like touching it a lot. I felt that energy here. If you're curious, it's from a reading where there are, like, in the thumbnail, there are 4 animal cards and 4 crystals for each, and it's number 3, I think. I suddenly want to draw an octopus card. I have that feeling a lot, but not a ton, just a little. But I felt it here also. Maybe there's something about that. Like, I felt that here also, because I said that a couple times for you. Which does feel like it would fit a lot. Like, I felt this before. Connecting across different reaches of space and time. Okay, of existence. Cypress Tree also came out just a bit earlier. I guess I'll do a pile 4.5. Labradorite pile instead of malachite and azurite. A malazite. Malazurite. I want to hold him there. Animal, let's do animals. Back of the deck is Auriga. That's a recent one. Wait, was it you that I don't think it was you, no. One of the other piles. Maybe you're from there too. I said I saw a chariot in the sky, and Auriga represents a chariot, I believe. Animals, that's what it was. How long are we on? Does that make sense? 2 hours 35. How long are we on? I wanted to say something like as long as is necessary. It's a feeling of like, as long as lightness calls for, or as long as, I don't know, something about lightness. Maybe like a goldeny lightness. It's like not super gold, but it's you can tell it's there. You can tell it's golden. We have Nat and Cheetah. Yeah, Cheetah. Nat makes me think of like invisibility, and Cheetah makes me think of gold. So together they create that image I was getting at. Ooh, I just got someone's energy strongly. Okay. There could be something about smiles that are significant here. Well, this is a quite smiley energy, isn't it? I love this energy. Now more friends are coming in. More soul friends. Okay, Lima. Yes, more invisibility. And Raccoon keeps showing. I can't not show Raccoon. If the Raccoon wants to be shown, he will be shown. Is that relevant here? I want to find a new way to express that. Or what I'm thinking now is, what are those called? Like you can not screen record. Not beatbox. What is it? Like having a little box with lots of different buttons on, and each one plays a voice recording. I should have that for my readings. So I just say like a word, and then I do that for this kind of time when I've said like the important energy part, and then I can just finish the sentence with a pre-recorded. Like that's what I'm picking up on here, or like I don't know. It kind of defies my entire like love of readings, but I'm like talking directly with energies as opposed to like cookie cutter expressions. Okay. I don't know what to say here, but I love the energy. It's like a collective. It's like a very special collective, this collective. It's like why I brought the Labradorite in. And I'm wanting to say, like, if this is your first time on my channel, I'll bet you'll be I'll bet you'll be here again, whether that be the past or the future. Now I'm feeling the past more. Maybe in the future, actually. I'm feeling the future too. Hee hee hee. Let's do a drawing together. I want to see what would come through. Actually, I won't rip it all out. Keep it in. Oh, maybe there's something about how it's partially ripped. It's been like that for a while, and I've brought it in readings with that. But I think I even like kind of hid that it was ripped at one point, or some point. So that idea is coming to mind at least. Oh look, there's bits and bobs and scrings and scrogs. Dum bum 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 biddly box. Come on, you can do it. You can do it. Is that relevant here? You can do it. This collective has such like a it's so sweet. Like I can feel your souls. Like sometimes it's like feeling more of like it can be feeling like the sweetness of a person, or like a being that is more of like them condensed in that lifetime. But this is like I feel like you're quite connected to your inner child, or like it's not what I mean. It's like the inner child being one with the soul, the heart. Is the heart just like the combo of soul and self, soul and child? Ah! Oh, I do love this energy. Oh wait, it's gonna be the wrong way around. Also, I'm gonna be. Oh wait, all covered back. These are the two best. These are the two best animals. in all of this earthly realm. Oh, I spat. That's fine, it's on Orca. It's supposed to be in the water. Yes, I'm going to put these facing me because I want to create a nice space for myself here. I wonder if that is relevant for you. I don't really wonder that though. I just say that I wonder that. I want to chop this off for you. What are we chopping? Was that? I'm wondering if this was purposefully done in a bit of like a wave motion. No, I'm remembering that it wasn't. But I liked it. So there could have been something in the past that you released that wasn't done smoothly, but you're actually grateful for. And okay, I guess that's it maybe. But you're getting to do something like a similar releasing. And this one, you have no idea how it will go. But you presume it will be happy. you presume something along the lines of like a gratitude feeling. But I kind of wanted to say gratitudal, but I didn't say that. I'm not sure why I didn't say that. Do not stay any longer if you get annoyed by repetition of same phrases. Like, for example, I love this energy. Did I already laugh about how this is going to be upside down for you? I feel like I started and then I got sidetracked. I love the idea of being sidetracked by a laugh. Or also those of you who were unsure, including myself. Less of a reading-y reading, more of a sharing space here. Ding ding ding. What's that making? That's making me think of. Well, it's making me think of something that I can't remember. And then before I finish my sentence, oh, do you guys have fast minds? Or it goes with the earlier reading of all of that spirit connectedness, because I feel like you might get a lot of. The word downloads is coming to mind, but I don't want to use that. But I will use it. I will reluctantly use it for ease of communication. Is that relevant here? I guess I am kind of doing reading words. Just, yeah, that would be on my jukebox soundboard. That's what it is, isn't it? Soundboard. Is that relevant here? Or something with the word applicable. That's been the one as of late. Apply that. Oh, that should be a thing. Apply that, Mr. Something. What would it be though? But that takes me to what I was in the middle of saying before, which was the annoying orange came to mind. I feel like I loved that. I feel like that was like my first introduction to YouTube. Along with Talking Tom and what's the other one? Like Talking Ben? I feel like I don't want to get more into that. But then after thinking that, I had thought of something cool. It was like it's either a film or a dream that I once had that maybe I had a couple of times. I feel like it was a dream, but from like ages ago, like in childhood. I guess young childhood. Oh, this is making me think of Fenrir with all of the darkness, all the colorings in. I was so surprised that it was Fenrir that came up to be the first one for me to draw in my new deck. I decided to do a deck on deities in this form. I was not expecting this to be the form they would want to take, but I love it. What was I saying? Yeah, I was not expecting Fenrir to be the first one for me to draw, but I really do love Fenrir. I was thinking Athena. That's just my like obvious favorite deity. Ding ding ding. Which is cool. I'm now thinking of I'm thinking of an earlier realization of like ages ago that I had of one of my brother's favorite songs. Wait, no, one of my favorite songs of my brother's, because he made music, was called Athena. It wasn't him that named it, but it was a collaboration, and they named it Athena. And I loved that song. And then I realized later on, wait a second, after I'd fallen in love with Athena, then I realized, wait, the favorite song of mine from my brother's was called Athena. It's one of those like readjustments of the mind, like, wait, that is Athena? Like that that's what that word was? This is cool. I think I was about to say, I think you so many things though. I think yes, that's the thing I'll settle on saying for you. I feel like you can be so many things and your energy can change like quite drastically. You might be one who's very energetic or thinks a lot, but also is very emotional too, or very still, but also likes to move a lot. Or I don't know why those were the ones coming out. Yeah, I won't express that. I didn't really have something to express, but maybe that's applicable for you. Like I said, no, I won't express that when I had literally nothing in my mind. Ah. I bet a lot of you are intentional channelers, aren't you? I didn't necessarily mean like of pick a cards, but I guess that could be true too. Bam, bam, bam. Channelers of life. I don't really know what, and I haven't for a long time known what the word channeling really is. But lately I was focused on how I have that word channel on my channels, on Weaver of Worlds YouTube's like description. And it's like, even though I usually really only like using words that I know what they mean, or at least like my interpretation, I have an interpretation of it, I don't know, a clearer direct line of energy for, I don't have that for the word channel. And yet I still felt like it fit, or like keeping it. It's not even like I felt like it fit. It was more like or maybe a bit that, but a feeling of like, no, that's what it should be. Like it felt a bit untouchable. And it was cool. Okay, this is the energy coming through for this, definitely. It's a feeling of like, I know that I will resonate with it, but I just haven't discovered why or how that is. Like I can feel it, but I can't describe it yet. Like I don't have all the information, but I love it still. Like it fits. And my door creaked at that, and my door I feel like hasn't creaked for a while. I did grease it, but it doesn't usually click in that way from the hinges being ungreased. But the reason why it doesn't make a noise now when I open it, like I feel like, oh, that just reminds me of this mouse card. Is the reason why it doesn't make the screeching sound when I open it, is because I I coconut oiled the the hinges. It was quite fun. And then I had coconut oil on my fingies. I feel like I might have put it in my hair a bit too then because of that. And I was like, oh, fancy. I had realized how that felt relevant for you, or for this energy, or like more words to say about that, a trail to go off on, but I have forgotten. And I also just missed the opportunity to to use the word alas. I quite like that word. I would have enjoyed using it. And wait, maybe that's significant. Wait a minute. Oh wait. Okay, that's what that was. I was like, what is that? That feels so nostalgic. Wait a minute. And now I'm thinking of Sonic the Hedgehog's did I just say Sonic the Hedgehog's? I can't remember the thing. It's like Amy says in a it's like one particular level on Sonic Adventure 2, and Amy says like, just wait a minute. But maybe only in multiplayer, I don't know. What was I drawn to before that? Oh, before that was just with my old dog. When I was younger, I would tell her to wait. That's literally what it was. Like, wait, go on in. That's that black, smaller spirit dog that I was on about. Okay, dolphins just came to mind, and one of the things made me want to get an animal card, but I don't remember what it was. Actually, I think it was this deck. I haven't really thought about more of what this gnat and cheetah could be, other than the cool golden light energy from earlier. You know what I like about 0.5s? It's like I can talk about the earlier reading, and it has like a more like looking in your eyes feeling, like, or like palling, like nudging. I don't know, it feels more friendly. It's a feeling of like, yes, I wasn't just like saying random things, I was talking with you. Or like, it's a feeling of like, yes, I was listening. I don't know, it's a feeling of connection which that was flooded throughout earlier. No, I feel like that's not the best way to phrase it. Flamingo and spider. We were talking about Weaver of Wales, the channel. The channel. The only one who can channel. Spiders. Weeder of worlds. Wait, like clearing, like going into all the worlds and pulling up the weeds. But I don't like the idea of like weeds are to pull up. Like, why is that a thing? Weeds. I love weeds. There you go. You can see it now. But now you can't really see the spider, I think. Let me look. You can see it more than I thought you could. I don't know why. Oh, well, I kind of do, but I'm gonna say, I don't know why I felt like you were over there and like looking that way. This looks like a fish now. Plum, plum, plum. Oh, there could be something about like knowing that something won't happen this lifetime but will like go on to have a strong influence over or to with a lot. I'm seeing this as a particular card in my oracle deck. What's it called? I forget all the names as of late. I haven't been closely connected to this particular deck I'm on about, which has writing for 2. Ding, ding, ding. I can see it very clearly though. This just reminds me of one of the beings here. And oh, I feel like it might even have punctuation in it. Like, I don't think it does. Oh yeah, it has a colon. A message to you, that's what it's called. You being the self. Well, I guess that's interpretable. That sounded like a cool word. Like something mittable. Emittable? Hey, that makes me think of that weed energy again. Like, it's emittable. At least I think that's what that word means. Back now to, do I really understand what this word means? Wee. Wee. Baru. Ding ding ding. Bada bing bing bing. Bong 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 bang. Fa la 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 la. Foo li 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 li. Something is coming to mind about introversion versus extroversion. That's all I have to say on that. Ding ding ding. I wonder if someone was thinking something then. Like, I bet this is what it was on about. Because then subconsciously, or I guess yes, subconsciously, I went ding ding ding, which just sounds like yep. Let's do a tick. Yambaru. Gui gambadu badu 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 gura. Dam ba dam ba dam ba dam dam. The word fortress came to mind. Oh, what's that song? Oh. Oh, my ego. Lego. Oh, it's by Naraya. If you were from a video the other day when I said Snow Angel and Unfinished Business, I said that they're by the same person. I said Renee someone. But Snow Angel was by Renee, but the Unfinished Business was by Naraya. And this song, Lego Bricks, is also by Naraya. And that was the one that just hurt my ego to say. I love you, Naraya. Some things are allowed to be squaggly. And by some things, I mean everything's. Like Legos. Painful Legos. Let's go. Maybe some goes and let's are painful. Let's goes. That's making me think of, what are they called? Let's plays. I love enunciation. Let's plays. Let's plays. But that time sounded different again. See, everything in life is always different. I feel like I so need to say something else on top of that, but I'm not going to. On top of the game, but actually below it. That came up earlier when I was saying like the down part, if you're from there, in someone's video, someone's reading. But it was in it's like pile 2, I think, maybe. It's like in their reading, they had a lot about down. Maybe it was pile 3. See me, I'm in the reading, I was listening. I see you. Who was this again? Yeah, somewhere. Some stupid guys. Okay, my brain can't get off things sometimes until I say the things. Oh yeah, I was just gonna say, like, yeah, but if I'm saying that someone is stupid, then maybe that's like my favorite person or thing. Ding ding ding. It's not true though. It's not true. Because I'm the cleverest. And I'm also the bestest. What is this energy? I don't like where this is heading. But it's bringing in compassion again. I actually do think this is for a sense of bringing in eternal acceptance. I like that, eternal acceptance. Not unconditional. It has conditions, but it lasts forever. The conditions, they will never leave me. Ah. I feel like I haven't finished saying things like the pile. Oh yeah, the down thing. But also I was just thinking about how I haven't drawn a Doctor Who card yet. And I'm so close to, well, the Doctor. I love the Doctor. And I haven't drawn a card of him yet. Was that one of the... No, it wasn't. But he's gonna have one of these ones. Because he's too special to go in these. Because it's more like... These ones are for the soul. But these ones are for more like character. Yeah, which just again feels like your reading of before. The 0.5 part, but I guess it just melds into this. Meld, good word. Of connection, like close soul connection. Like these are, like, I love them, but I don't like love them. Or it's not even like I love them more or less. I love these, but it's like the connection. I don't feel like I have a connection to their souls. Like Rapunzel's soul, it's more, I don't know, it's more of like a character. I guess I don't really understand what this is I'm talking about. It's like I have the feeling of it, which is this thing, same thing again, like what I was trying to say about with the, I get the word channel fitting, but I don't know what it is yet. I haven't really discovered it. Yeah, that's the same energy of gettingness. What was I gonna say then? Yeah, just like I love the character of Rapunzel, but I don't feel like a soul love, or like I don't feel her soul. When I think of these characters, I don't really think about their souls. I just think about them more light-heartedly than that, I think. But these shapes, I think for almost all in here, I started doing them not in alignment with what I intended this deck to be, so now it's the jumble deck, but I intended it to be more like souls that I'm connected to, or souls that I love. And the Doctor is gonna go in there. I love the Doctor. I feel like there's a lot of energy here about like making peace with one's own self, or one's own love of certain connections. Why do I want to do the ding 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 again? Ding ding ding! Wang wang wang. Wing wing wing. Wong wong wong. What is that song? I just realized that I'd been having a song in my head play. Oh, I think I was listening to this earlier. I still can't hear it. Oh. I see the cover of it, but I don't, and I see who it is, but I don't see what their names are. It has the word bird in. Let's use a bird deck. A bird deck, not a one I have, but we can use one that exists. Which feels like this. It's like I need to use a spirit deck here. Ah, that's so tasty. Ding 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 ding. Ah. It's like a bird with. It's like this. It has these things on it. Ding ding ding. It's like a really light turquoisey bird. No, it's not. It's shaking its head. No, it's not. I don't know what it is though. It nodded its head at that. I have not found full, let's say, confidence in spirit connections, I guess. And a part of my mind, which by the way so fits with this energy, just adding that in, a part of my mind wants to find the logic of it, wants to understand before I choose that it's okay. Like, I want to be able to rationalize, and I think it's an energy of like, it's only okay if it is true in a very scientific way. And if I can't see that kind of logic to it, then I feel a bit I guess the root of that is rejected. A feeling of, I'm afraid people will view me as, it's not even that, I mean, it starts as like a specific way people would view me, but the root of that, the core feeling is more of like a feeling outside of connectivity, which would fit so much with everything about connectivity here. And then there's a fear of losing that connectivity because of the desire for it, or because of the personal approach that you have. Like my personal, okay, I can't, that's hard to say. Yeah, and I wanted to note how, like, sometimes I say I can't, but it's not that I can't, it's just that I'm choosing not to. So maybe there's a lot about desire here. Or, I think I didn't try to say that word, but I did, so that's fine. Yeah, there's a lot of energy of like, that's fine, that's okay. The way you feel is okay. There's a lot of feeling like it's okay to play pretend, or it's okay to, I'm getting an image of someone who has like a teddy bear from their childhood that they love, but maybe they were told it was like unadultish, or I don't know, they were rejected in some way for continuing to love their teddy. What is that? I guess I can just turn my laptop on. I want to know what that song is called. Something with a bird. Oh yeah, I said I was going to use my bird deck, didn't I want to say something along the lines of like, I feel like there are things that I've said that in the past, like, my brain would like attach to and would be like, like I'd have to continually tell myself that it's okay. I guess that, yeah, that's full stop. Oh, but I was wanting to say something like, but then upon watching it, it's like it's worse in my head, and then watching it and I'm like, oh, that's fine, or like, that's okay, this is not as bad as I was in my head. But then, like, that's not the point. The point is like, what is the grip for anyway? But I don't know, there was something specific about how I wanted to voice that it, like, the pain was in the mind, not actually in the experience. Something along those lines. M. Bayhold, that's what her name is. And this is like a song that that I just added to my playlist lately. Maybe there's something about, I think I had like tried this song ages ago, or a while ago, but I didn't want it. I didn't want it in a playlist. But then lately I was like, whoa, this is good. This is such like a feeling energy. I feel like that's what part of that like big laugh I did was about, because that expression just like it hearing just those words did not do justice in my mind to the feeling I was trying to convey. But there's also a feeling like I'm very accepted in this energy, or like heart communication is so prevalent in this energy that there wasn't a response afterwards to like a diminishing, or like I needed to get out a better way to properly or betterly express my feelings, but it was more felt. There's an undercurrent of love very apparent here. Is my laptop turned? No, it's kind of frozen. Let's just turn it off and turn it back on. Did I turn the charger on? I did turn it on, but it's still on the red. I'm wanting to say something like, that noise, that turning on laptop noise used to traumatize me. But it no longer does. So that could be relevant here. Ding. Ding, ding. Ring, 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 ring. Scaletrix. That's the thing that I didn't remember in one video one time. Interesting, right? Right. Okay, my laptop's on now. Spotify. The bird song. I should have been able to guess that. I was like, the one with a bird or something. The bird song. Oh, I really want to listen. I'm gonna listen to it right now. Hey, some of you put it on so we can listen together. I'm putting mine on earphones. Ah, the handiness of having two devices. I wonder how far into this lifetime I will be able to have two earphones. Only two earphones, like an earphone in each ear but from different devices, or from the same device but playing two different songs. Ah, that would be nice. I have done that before. Not with two earphones but two songs on. But I feel like actually I'm thinking of a time when it was the same song, but I put it on Spotify and on YouTube because it was like I jagged them. What's that called? It's like I played the first 10 seconds of one and then played the next one, and they not harmonized quite, but I don't know what word to use there. They went together so deliciously. Oh wait, no, that's... Wait, for any of you who want to listen at the exact same time, I'm gonna count down now. Ready? 3, 2, 1, go. No, it didn't do it! Wait, why isn't it clicking? Okay, wait. This is... the video's gonna end, isn't it? So I tried to do something similar to this with clinking waters in a pile the other day. The video is still on! Okay, this is the actual countdown from 3. Okay, ready? 3, 2, 1, play. Cool. I'm putting it on repeat. Oh, there could be something about how, I think it was today, I accidentally found that song, I don't know which the original was, but there's two people in this song, and the guy has a version that's just him with it, and I found that, and I don't think I listened to the whole thing, even though it felt like I really liked it. I felt like, oh, actually, I might even enjoy this one more. I was like, no. Venus and Taurus don't accept change easily. Is that immersed in this energy? Because I could also say loads of other placements of mine, which I'm like, haha, the best at change. How many of us are listening to this together? That's such a fun feeling. Oh, I forgot about Spotify parties. Is that what it's called? I just suddenly got hit with a small feeling of like, oh wait, I'm not supposed to be doing this. I'm supposed to be like reading or like, I don't know, like the supposed to feeling, but then it's fine. I forgot what I was saying. Oh yeah, I was trying to wonder. Let's look. There's a feeling of like, if you want to look, look. Bam, bam. Do I know how to do it on the laptop? I don't know that I do. I see connect. I'm not one for technology. I'm not very I'm one for technology. I love technology. I'm just not very like good at it. Good. You know what? But I also want to say I feel like it depends on the time. Like that's just me with lots of things. I think just like I could be really good at some things, but then that very same thing I could just be a piece of crap. It just depends on my mood a lot. Like readings. Like sometimes it's really easy to read and then sometimes I'm like, But actually I think readings is something I'm more fluidly capable with. Because I feel like I can just always fall back on my empathy. This is what's feeling going on here. See, I keep feeling like in this energy, I'm saying things that I will like. Okay, I don't want to say that I'll regret. Even this expression right now, I feel like I would kind of regret. It's like not a feeling of regret, but it's a feeling of like, maybe that is the feeling actually. I don't actually think I'm going to experience this, but it's the energy that is definitely here. You know what I think it is? It's a feeling of like, I feel like I can say anything. Maybe this is what this is. And you might be experiencing this. To do with those connections that this is talking about for you. Like a feeling of you feel like you really can let your guard down, but then it's like when you go back to the space of not being fully immersed in that like ultimate, I love that, ultimate acceptance, then it's like parts of you will feel about all of you that came out in that ultimate acceptance era that it wasn't okay. I think I said that. At the end, I just started remembering that I was listening to music and I got a bit distracted. But mostly, I think I got it out. Is that also relevant here? Like, mostly? Yeah, that's what I was saying also with the, like, regret, but, like, not really, but, like, kind of. Maybe that's just how you're feeling about it, like, you're not wanting to fully admit that it is that feeling. Take that as it resonates. And take the rest of what I say as fully resonates, no matter how you feel about it. I come across that before? Like hearing a big card reader person saying reader person, I like that, like a person, like saying a song and then being like, let's listen to it. I've heard people or watched people like read lyrics though, or like people who have like little notes of quote lyrics. I almost got close to doing that. I really wanted to. I even bought like a deck for that, but then I then I ended up being like, oh no, this is way too precious. I can't use it for this. And I still have that. I have multiple decks that I have not used, but I know what they're gonna be for, and they're so special, and I'm not gonna sorry. Is that a word? I'm not gonna sorry them. Sorry your name. Something close to that word at least. By doing music quotes on them. But I might make a music quote something else. But it will be a cool shape. I've seen like a small circle shape. That would be cute. Oh, that would be so cute. Ding, ding, ding. I wonder the difference of how many people like short songs versus really long songs. This song is pretty long. When it's a good, the best is when it's like a song you really like and it's long. It's like, oh, juicy. It's like Downstairs from 21 Pilots. Ding, ding, ding. Ding, 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 ding. Wait, did that just say we can't really help who we are? I was in my thoughts, I wasn't fully hearing. Sometimes I'm fully here, and sometimes I'm a little not. See, even that is something else, so I won't actually, but like, but it's close to something I would regret saying. It's a feeling of like, I don't want to be misunderstood. Yes, that's where all this feeling is, where it's at. I just realised this song could really hit if you're from earlier piles especially. How many of you are listening? Maybe fewer than I'm thinking, because I realise that not everyone likes multitasking. And also music taste. I just thought of that. I just got reminded of Super Monkey Ball, and if I could remember, see, a part of my like remembrance, it's like some days I would be able to remember this, sometimes I wouldn't. This time is a wouldn't, but it's like a close to, which is that feeling from before. It's like it's close. The level of the Super Monkey Ball main game, it's one that has loads of squares like this, like dang 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 dang. Then it has like a dang 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 dang, and this is where you start. Then there's a big bunch of bananas on here and here. And then here is, maybe there's 3. And then this is the goal. I don't know why I'm drawing this, but it's fun. And then there's all squares. And there's a similar one to this in like expert mode, or like the harder one, or like later on levels, I don't remember. But they go into like smaller pieces, I think. This one is fewer squares than this, I think. Maybe that number. And they move out. So you have to like stay on the platform as it's moving out, and then when they all come back together, you're like, rah, quick, get to the big platform with the big bananas. But if you're really stupid, then you go just like one line, but you gotta get the bananas. But it's like, you can't be so stupid as to like go to one platform and then go to the other platform. You have to just be like sensible. So you just go to just this platform, not this one, that one's stupid. We only go to this one. And then you go straight to the... If you're feeling fancy, you can try and collect like a couple more on here. But no. Or like, if there is... Are there... Are there 2 on these sides? It's like, if you're feeling fancy, you go for one of these, and it's like, oh, if you die then, it's like, why did I do that? Why? Is that here? Like, I was so close, but yeah, I haven't drawn a monkey on my animal deck yet either. And I don't know if I'll just draw like, say the word monkey and draw monkey energy, or if I'll try and... I'll probably do more specific monkey breeds. Are they called breeds? I feel like I shouted then. It'd be so funny if, like, since putting the music on, I started, like, enunciating more strongly. Not enunciating. Speaking. There's a video on. Yeah, it is. 3 hours 28. Athena. Not full stop. Not colon. I don't know what punctuation I want to say after that. That of Athena. I love Athena. She has such a light energy. Vibe with her. Vibe with her. I vibe with her. Wouldn't it be cool though if we could do a party, like a Spotify party all together, but across time? Like, you could do a live and do that, but you couldn't do that across time that I'm aware of, at least. For those who aren't like really like tuned into to what I'm saying. Like, if I could say like, hey, okay. Oh wait, no, you can't, because technology. Okay, I swear the first time I realized that it was impossible because of technology. But then the second time I was like, wait, it's actually just how good at like being able to hear like the Spotify code. So it's like, if you're really good at listening, you can hear the code, like even if you're listening in the past. or far in the future. I love my brain sometimes. Or always? Question mark? I could love my brain always. And that's where I'll end that sentence, that thought pattern on the truth that I always love my brain. Or the lie. You'll have to decipher. You'll have to decide that for me. Because I don't know. Or do I? Tequila. Well, I just smelled. It's like a combo of taste and smell. Like a smell. That's not a very good one. Like a smaced. I quite like that. I quite love that actually. Smaced. Oh, too many thoughts coming now. Fun. Grateful for that part of my brain. 'Tis quite fun to traverse. But also, I forget all of them and have nothing to say now. I am curious if my voice will sound very different with listening to music speaking. I feel like at times, but also I think no times, because sometimes I speak weirdly anyway, so maybe it's a bit hard to decipher. Sometimes I speak weirdly. It's true. Ponk. Ponka. Of the scrim kind? Question? Okay, so there's an extra now question of those who had wanted to listen to that song. How many of you are still listening? I don't think it's been that long. But some people don't like listening to a song on repeat, which is crazy to me. But also, some people will be like, I'll try the song out, and then they'll be like, okay, not my kind of song. An arrow like Sagitta. Oh wait, I still have another pile to do. I kind of felt like this was the last one. And I had been surprised that there were 5 piles. I guess that's why, because I wouldn't always be surprised. But this is like, yes, this feels like the end, but it's like, oh, hello, Mr. Fly. I got a very business energy from them. Business. Love a good business. Bismuth. Like Minecraft bismuth. Not any kind. I think that's probably not the only reason I know that. And I can't even think of what it is on Minecraft either. Have not been on the mining crafting world for a while. But what is a while to you? And what is a while to me? And should I speak based off what is for me or what is for you? That is the biggest question of life and livelihood. Livelihood, that goes with the business energy. I still haven't... I think someone might have just reminded me of that. I haven't done the bird deck. Arigato. Bum, 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 bum. Ooh, we never. Oh, I love these guys. They're such an old couple walking around the town, or they walking around the pond. A coot, or a coots, a cootie. Oh, a cool tie, like the business guy from The Fly. Oh, so many rhymes. Ugh, and that would have been such an easy one to keep going with rhymes, but I forgot that I could keep going. Is that applicable here? I forgot I could keep going. It's Odin! Ah! But a marsh tit, right? Oh no, crested tit. Oh. What's that called? Snorts. Snoring, yeah, there's something about snoring here, because these are an old couple. And old people snore? Question mark? I'm just questioning that now. Yeah, I wonder if... So, one of my granddads just came to mind. And he used to be a big snorer. And now I'm thinking, like, wait, when he was younger, I wonder if he used to snore. I had forgotten about that. Maybe there's something about this should be so easy to remember the name of crested tit. I'm being so drawn into the eyes. Look at that eye. Oh, eye zingular. Zinc. Metals? Is bismuth a metal? I don't know what bismuth is. Dum, 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 dum. Need to burp. A bismuth burp? Okay, I'm gonna end the reading there. I haven't... something. But I'm ready. Okay, maybe I really was speaking more loudly or differently. I thought I was saying I was, but I should, or like questioning, but I thought it was more in the end of like, nah, this just sounds normal. Oh wait, that was my line of trails of thought of fanciness. Brain is starting to hurt now. Yes, away with these cards. What were these about? Crested tit and coot. I don't think I know anything about coots. Or crested tits. Or most birds. I'm gonna Google it now. Actually, I really need water. Water first. I wonder if Pal 5 will fly by because I'll need to pee soon. And I don't feel like going yet. Whoa, it's 8 o'clock. I haven't had my tea yet. Right? Yeah, no, I haven't. Coot, spiritual meaning. Wait, images first. I love a good image. Oh, it's a baby coot. Who's a little baby? Coyote is not a coot. I was going to say a boot then. It is a boot, but it's not a coot. Facts about coots. should be cool facts about coots. Okay. The coot spiritual, I don't even know if you can hear. The coot spiritual meaning senators, sentinels. The coot spiritual meaning centers on adaptability, deep emotional introspection, and unashamed authenticity. Unashamed authenticity. Did you hear me? As a mud hen that dives deep, the coot symbolizes the ability to navigate the subconscious and manage complex emotions, while its distinctive non-conformist nature represents trusting your own path. Cool. What was I going to say then? Oh yeah, I was just going to give the example of like, hey, this is one of those times where I can either be like one way or the other, in that sometimes I can read quite fast, or sometimes I just literally can't get off the first word. And the same thing with like intaking information. Like sometimes I can like intake in a very like, I feel like I'm really soaking it all in, and other times it's like I could read it like 40 times and not get a single drop of what I'm actually reading. Yeah, it's like reading a book and then realizing once you have to turn to the next page that you hadn't read any of it. I don't think that's a normal occurrence for me. I don't read enough books to know, but one day I will, because I will get into my books. I swear. Same with, I was gonna say music, but I meant to say making music, but when I went to say making music, I didn't want that. I didn't want to share that. Not in this space. So it's a similar feeling again of like part way, but or just a little something wavering. What was the other guy? Crested tip. Oh, also with typing too. I guess just everything. And that's another thing I do feel a continual energy of like, it's like everything I'm saying, I feel like it's not even like so much about in the moment feeling like regretful or feeling ashamed in the moment. It's like later, it's like, ah, why did I say that? Like, damn. It's like a feeling of I know later. But yeah, okay. See, all of this, it's like, maybe your waveringness is part of what brings insecurity. Some of you have not been resonating with this whole like waveringness or the fear of I don't know what this has been on about really. My brain has brought a new perspective in that I no longer see the old one. But I just felt like some of you, none of it applied, but you thought that none of it was applying for you, but then it's like there's one new angle and you're like, wait, it was all true, but it was just, it needed to be true in a slightly different like keyhole, or a different opening to realizing how it fits. Oh yeah. Elevated consciousness connected to higher realms. Wisdom. Oh yeah, I did know stuff. I forgot that I had looked up crested tit. Because I was like, yeah, it does feel like Odin. At least slightly. Okay. Let's clear this. Maybe we'll get a couple closing cards to bring in more of an energy of love and acceptance for all of this feeling like it's not okay for you to be you in some way. Oh, if I had my old Spirit of the Animals deck, I'd bring out the penguin card for you. Maybe you like penguins. That's making me think of Happy Feet now too. That could be a synchronicity for some.
That's it upright. Wait, there's a back to that. Oh yeah, it's already filled in. Monkey ball style. And throw over there to take out. I had drawn quite solidly on that there are indents left behind. I like indents left behind. Tasty. I also like that sound, but I feel like there have been people who have not liked that sound. That made me forget that. Oh, it's making me remember now that at some point I would not have felt okay doing that sound, and now I'm like. I feel like even though this energy doesn't feel like it would really be ending smoothly, it feels like this is it's a raw, a bit more gritty feeling, a bit more in maybe head pain. Maybe not all of you, or some of you. Ah, connecting to flying being spaceships. Yes. Ah, tasty. I feel like ending it here. I'm just gonna leave it at that. Okay. Pal 5. Okay, welcome in, Pal 5. That's an abrupt beginning. Let's put your crystal. Put the crystal up here. And I feel like that's gonna fall over at some point. So you have the fly and the dragonfly. Maybe flying is significant for you. Kind of feels untethered. Uncalled for. Ooh, interesting words. Let's use this deck and sit down. Okay. Oh, I feel like bringing in my Spirit of Pair. There's been a similar message going through all these piles in case you felt drawn to the previous ones. That's your confirmation. I feel like bringing in my other crystal for you. I'll be back. Amethyst, that's what it's called. Upside. Where do you want to go? You can go up here, I guess. Regress? Regressing? Kind of sounds like the word regretting, which would fit for some earlier piles, perhaps. Ah, okay, that's fine. The mouth is upwards. At least for you, it's downwards for me. Perspective could be important here. I don't feel like saying that, though. I don't know why. I did say it, but I don't feel like continually saying it. Is that here? Like, yes, okay, full stop, but not continually saying something? A one-time thing, perhaps? That goes with that. Did I say untethered? Untethered energy? It feels like fly and dragonfly. I guess with flight we'll get bird cards for you, but Coruscant is popping through. Golden Eagle is... I feel like saying Golden Eagle is spreading his wings. Yeah, there really might be other piles for you, just because there was golden energy in the last pile, and there was another time where I mentioned Aquila, the constellation. I said fly like an Aquila to the sea. Usually I say fly like an eagle to the sea, because that's a Mirage quote. There he is again. Did I express that in a concise way? I don't know, but previous piles perhaps. Okay, but your pile. Eagle energy. Possibly eyes on the prize, because I'm seeing that this is looking towards the... I heard crown chakra and then I tried to say amethyst and I said throat chakra.
So let's get some a guillemot bird. The sacred geometry cards, which have a crown and throat chakra within. This feels like getting to work. It feels, oh yeah, I was saying when I was tapped into your energy just briefly earlier, it felt like business-like, and that feels like you're wanting to move forwards, or I don't want to say move forwards, maybe that applies for some of you, but it's more of an energy of like broadening your horizons or expanding your awareness. I think there's somewhat of like a wanting to intake more perspectives, or wanting to like push your mind. Yeah. Root chakra, interesting. And back of the deck is poppy. You could relate that to the flower poppy if you want, but this is talking about my old animal dog friend who was named Poppy. Okay, we have empowerment and root chakra. Okay, I think this is going to take a different turn than I was expecting. I think this is more about your own sense of freedom in grounded reality. Oh yeah, spirit of pair. Okay. I'm thinking this is, I mean, this could be to do with partnerships, collaboration, connectivity with others. I feel like if it's that, it's more about a collective or something that is definitely very significant or very outreaching in some way. It's like either it's about reaching many others, or it's about like really needing to expand yourself in order to reach a particular. There's a feeling of like greatness here, or of like setting things right is what I heard. Dolphin. See, what I'm feeling is that you're wanting to dive into the subconscious surrounding your own sense of freedom. I think you're wanting freedom within relationships. Maybe that's something. Like remaining connected with yourself and the spirit realm while in physical connections with others too. That could be applicable for a lot of you. Yeah, Black Jaguar is very rooted in the physical realm, but also of spirit too. There's a deep intuition here, and there could be a fear of losing that sense of clarity you have outside of particular connections, and you're wanting to weave them together. I think there could be more of like a simplicity to this than you're expecting, or the approach that you're being called into is simpler than you had been taking. The kind of simple message I want to give you is focus on your own energy, what comes of that. Like, it's not even focus, it's literally recognize your own energy. Okay. I don't know, I feel like there's no fear here, but I was reading it like there was. That could be something you've been doing. Like maybe preparing for something that you know won't happen. Interesting, I said you know. There's definitely a strong sense of intuition here. Does that look weird with that with the back of the deck so low down? Let's put it to the right for you, I think. I think. Well, it's left for me, so I think it's right for you. Right for you. I think it's right for you. That feels important. If you've got an opportunity that has been presented to you and you're questioning it, how does it make you feel? How expansive does it allow for your energy to be? How connected to yourself does it make you feel? There's an obviousness about this reading. I really, really, really like it. I wasn't expecting to like it so much. I think that's really apparent here, or really significant. I don't know why. Why would that be relevant? Is that also just something to bring through? Why would that be relevant? Maybe you have certain hang-ups. And to that I would ask, why would that be relevant? I wasn't going to say would that be relevant part, I was just going to say why. So that's why it made that part really big, and then I said the rest of the sentence. So there could be something about feeling imposing or feeling a fear of... I think it's two things. I think maybe it's a fear of being trapped. I think it's actually one thing. I think it's a fear of not being able to be your fullest self. I think that you're one who is very magnetic, very expansive, very powerful, and maybe you have allowed that to be stripped or to be like mutated or diluted in the past in collaborations. And this is a feeling of having that part of yourself rooted. It's not something that feels like there needs to be like things to shed or to reevaluate or process. It feels like you're very secure in yourself, and this is a confirmation of that. It feels like you... Okay, this is interesting because this is the crystal you chose, more watery, more fluid, but also it's standing up. I didn't put it placed down, which again feels like, I heard the word domineering, like it has a strength to it, or it's tall, it's seen, it's in the clear. Even though it's very like emotional or very adaptable, it also has a certain unmovingness and presence to it. I think you're afraid of your presence. I want to say with that particularly your strong presence or your powerful presence. Yeah, this, what was it? I forgot, but there's such a power with this crystal. It's definitely not comfortable for a lot of people. I just had it said in my head. Okay, that's it. That's your reading. It could be. If you feel like leaving now, do so. However, I think I will try to say a bit more. Okay, the interesting thing about this is that I felt like if I could get a condensed reading and get it out quickly, I would have liked that before your pile began, because I wasn't like super feeling like a pile 5. But now that I'm in the energy, I'm like, whoa, this is really good. I could keep going in this. Which is that altered perspective again. I think that you're afraid of... what is it that you're afraid of? I think it's your freedom being taken away, or... I don't know if honing in on the fear is relevant, because I don't know if it's there or not. But I feel like just relaying to you the strength that I feel in your energy. I think you know yourself, and maybe this could be the things that I'm saying on are like you looking at past you and who you were back then. But I'm just going to read off who you are now, which feels like a strong message for you. Reading and moving and allowing yourself to experience based off who you are now. I think you have a very close connection with your soul and with a lot of life. I think you might... Okay, this might be why I like slightly dabbled in this earlier. You might really resonate with being an introvert, and you're afraid of extroversion taking away from the value of your own introversion, of what comes from solitude, of what comes from so much time with yourself. And I want to bring in the perspective of how it's never really alone, it's never just you on your own, it's never never being introverted, is it? That's just like a term that is used to do with other humans. But we're always surrounded by life, and I think this could have to do with humans that you're connecting with, or those of your species, or of a particular species that you're afraid of collaborating with, from a fear that you lose that which you value when you're outside of that. But I want to bring in more of the perspective that I was trying to get at, but didn't fully, of how, like, I'm getting tripped up on that. Why is that? There's a feeling of you know yourself and you like being connected with yourself and with spirit, or with, I just want to say again, that which you get when you're alone, or quote unquote alone. Okay, I think that's the part I keep getting tripped up on. Frogs could be significant. Keep getting tripped up on is that I'm trying to say that you're never alone, and bringing in the perspective that though there are those that you want to be connected with who also would fit in with the idea of being alone still, with that same type of, like, for example, that word introversion, like introversion with others. Because I wanted to get at, like, what is introversion? What is the thing that you actually value? And is what you're looking to incorporate a part of that, not outside of that? I'm thinking of red poppies too, so the colour red could be particularly significant for you. And there's red at the centre of this. Okay, I think that's the part to hone in on, like how red is the centre, that's the part that you value. And there's a feeling of that which you're valuing, that depth of connection with whatever you love, that doesn't go away when you add on top of it, or when you expand outward. There's a feeling here of you get this and you get more. You get this and you get others. You get yourself and you get another. Or you get your collective and you get another collective. I'm wanting to say, allow yourself the path of not losing yourself. Allow yourself the path of yourself, of including yourself. And if you're wanting, including others with that self. Yeah, I like that word here, inclusion. Maybe in the past you'd experienced a quote-unquote inclusion where you're with others, but they're not actually including the fullest version of you, all of you. And what you're aligning with, what you're choosing, is an inclusion that includes you, includes others, and it includes all of you. Or maybe just the parts of you that you want to be included. For you, I'm wanting to ask, what would your ideal be? I think that a lot of you here have a very strong idea, or all of you here. I'm wanting to say you here. You here, I think you have a strong idea of what that is. You have a strong feeling of your ideal. Allow yourself to find that. Allow yourself to create that. Because you felt it, so it's true. watch yourself walk that path. Allow that version of existence to exist. I'm wanting to say choose to believe that. Oh, I love this energy. You have such like a potency. It really does feel like it's so grounded, and yet it's like the highest of the high because it's the lowest of the low too. It's very internal. It's like tangible spiritual. The word self-respect is coming through, but I don't know that that really fits. It's like it fits logically, but there's another word or expression that I feel would like click into place more. So that in and of itself could be significant here. And I feel like I haven't used that word for a while. Like I had held back from using that expression in and of itself because I'd been saying it a lot. And then allowing myself to say it this time felt so freeing, which just fits your whole energy. It's like allowing yourself to say the thing you want to say, but swapping that out with not like speech. It could be speech for you if that's relevant, but I also want to bring in the energy of like allowing yourself to choose that which you love, choose the fullest life of yours, the life that you feel reflects you in your entirety. Yeah, you in your entirety, because I don't think that that is as alone as perhaps you had before resonated with the fullest version of you being able to exist through. I love this. I love this. It's such a core feeling. It's a little pissed off too, but in a way that feels invigorating. In a way that feels like you won't allow yourself to lose your own feeling of yourself, or the feeling of whatever it is that you really value that you don't want to lose. I'm wanting to say you can always come back to this. You can always change your mind. I feel like that's relevant for most of you. I just like slightly, I didn't actually see them. This is the thing. I didn't actually see the examples of where that wouldn't apply. But I, in my mind, kind of got brought to the idea that that could be possible. So I wonder if that's what you're experiencing in terms of fear. Like you feel like there should be something you're fearing, but actually you don't actually see the thing you're fearing. I'm wanting to say you get to have it your way if you choose that. I kind of don't like that I said if you choose that. It's like it logically fit, but again, the same energy of it didn't really click into place. I think it would have clicked if it would have clicked a bit more if I hadn't said that part. Not fully, it's like it didn't take away from what I had said before, but it just didn't really resonate. I just feel like nodding to you. But it's like a knowing nod. And now it's more like eye connection. It's a feeling of also like knowing and seeing that you've been through a lot, and like a recognition of, I don't know how else to say it other than I know. That's the feeling here. And I guess that really applies in all that energy of there are those who do know. There are those who do see you and respect that you. I don't want to say that you with that, actually. I just want to say and respect you. Yeah, that's way better. It's a small shift, but it makes all the difference. That's how it applies here. It's a small shift, but it makes all the difference. I'm being brought to dreams, so that could be significant. I was thinking of like nighttime dreams, like falling asleep, like humans get those. Well, won't say more on that. But then I was thinking, actually, this just feels like it applies with the other kind of dreams, like the daytime ones, or I guess the nighttime ones if you're a night owl. Imagine if like you just weren't allowed to dream when it like got dark, and it's like, no, the cutoff point was at 8 p.m. No more dreaming. I guess we'll see if there are any of these cards that want to pop out. Hathors, and which feels like an unconditional, ever-flowing love feeling. It feels like nourishment. It feels like it's like a structured tenderness. Yeah, okay. I kept feeling like showing you guys this too, Fenrir. You could be a spirit you want to connect with. Oh yeah, now it's like only once I've put it down do I see how it fits this energy too. It's such a grounded power. And very untamable and raw and like expansive feeling. I'm not sure if I quite want to use the word expansive. It's like just a large presence, a feared presence too. I'm being drawn to like the injustice that was done to him too, so you might resonate with that. I'm seeing him breaking out of the chains. Fenrir is a Norse mythology deity, in case those of you who, in case you weren't familiar. And he was bound in chains. But it's like he was tricked into it, which feels like a strong sense of this unjustness. I guess we'll get runes for you. And then I think it might be it for your reading. I like surprisingly only want 2 for you. We have Fehu and Daggaz. Oh, I love Daggaz here. I heard the word internal. Oh, I was trying to say eternal. Internal child. That fits with the dolphin energy too. I was more so reading it as more of like a soul connected feeling before, and also pods I'm thinking of too. I'm thinking of them being chased or attacked by orcas now. Yeah, I'm wanting to bring the energy back to there are those who respect you. I'm not sure how to read the Fehu and Daggers. The Fehu really just feels like that not expansive, it's just like a large presence feeling. Being very abundant and then maybe fearing sharing that abundance. Which may be particularly to do with your connectivity to spirit. Or I guess take that as it resonates. And then Daggers being, oh, that's also, yeah, more connectivity to spirit feeling of like between dusk and dawn, of seeing in between the worlds. Yeah, it's like you have an abundance of cat eyes over. Oh, cat eyes? What is that? That's a thing. Cat eyes. Oh, those are just the like lights on, or the. Okay, they're not lights. Oh, this feels like it could fit for you. They're not lights on the road, but they're just like a reflective things on the road that appear to be lit when light bounces off them or touches them. Yeah, I feel like just reiterating this energy of like an abundance within the in-between. And I'm wanting to say you have that. Yes, you have that. There's no more to be said after that. Yeah, I like that. Okay, pile number 5. That's where I end your reading, and I love that yours... I wonder if... Okay, I love that yours, it's like starting to get dark now. And then I was going to say, I wonder if pile 4 had such a long 4.5 so that yours could be in the dark. I mean, I think it's both, but I just love synchronicity. Okay, bye-bye, pile number 5. That's so funny. My usual, like, outro kind of thing is saying, like, see you in spirit. And in this case, I felt like not saying anything after bye. But it's like, for your pile, it would be the most fitting one to say my normal outro thing. And yet I'm still not gonna. What is that energy? Is that just like the reluctance from you to... No, you know what it's not? It's... You know what it's not? Maybe it's not this then. What I was gonna say was, it just feels like the feeling of like not saying goodbye to that which you already have. Just saying hello to more. Yeah, weaving the world that you have into a new one, not losing this one.
Am I going to be coming back? I'm sure I feel like I'll be in this reading later on. And there's something about how I almost said that earlier. I did like a little snicker or like a little laugh, but then I didn't say anything. And I thought that I would, but I didn't. I love the cards you got. I can't remember what I was saying. Just how I had mentioned now, for those of you here, that I think I'll be in this reading later at some point. But I don't remember, or I don't understand. I'm going really blank. This is hard. It is not like a feeling of too much difficulty. It's just I'm feeling a bit out of it. What is that? Have all the like really grounded ones from your reading gone, and we're just left with the like gloopers who are like floating away? You gloopers. Are we doing a power 5.5? Let's put these crystals away. Guess I'll put the other decks away with you two. Is that the right one? It's the wrong baggie. Where's my other baggie? Yeah, see, this one has this chunker going on. Yeah, the power 5s are the chunker energy guys. That did not want to clip on. Flying cats. Oh yes, that actually fits with your reading. I had mentioned cats, which was the like seeing the other worlds, and then you had fly and dragonfly. I feel like there was so much more that wanted to be said about altered perspective, or your ability to see so much more. Possibly, I think it's in your mind because of something in particular, like a particular condition that allows you to do that. And I think your mind is opening to how there are fewer conditions than you thought. Or you're viewing it differently. I want to say you're viewing your abilities differently. Your ability to fill in the blank. Maybe that's actually a more normal sentence. Your ability to fill in the blank. That which appears to be blank, you fill in. Yeah, this card is based off when I was last summer. I was laying in a field and I saw like like with third eye seeing a cool ship. That's what it felt like. And then I was like, yeah, I'll draw it. Or it's not like I was drawing it was more like I was inspired by what I had seen. Or at least felt like I had seen. That's what I want to say. Things everywhere. I think maybe these guys won't have a home for a while. Is that relevant for some of you here? Past you, maybe? Maybe some of you have experienced feeling like you're not at home. And that's what this is about. Changing your perspective of how you relate with being home. Maybe you're seeing yourself more as a chunk of your home like how I am a human right now as a chunk of Earth, and so I'm never disconnected from Earth. No matter how far away from this planet I'll fly. Because I can't fly away from the planet that I am. I'm trapped. I just said yikes. Or maybe it was like, what does he say? Shaggy. Something Scoob. Now I'm thinking of Ice Age. I think it's Ice Age 2, and the guy who's like predicting or who was predicting the end of the world, or predicting the meltdown. His like companion is called Scoob, maybe. This could have to do with predictions, because that guy, no one was believing his predictions. I think, pretty sure. And I think maybe even he didn't. And he was like flabbergasted that they were true. Yeah, was he like just trying to sell his, like, I think that was later though, like snorkel, like sticks that you can breathe through underwater. Well, from you being underwater, the sticks being partially submerged. Question is now, do I go for a walk? It's kind of sunsetting, that could be a nice walk. Or do I wait and go under the stars? Which is better? Both. Going in a little bit so that's still like getting some of the sunset, and then being out when it's starry too. Yummy. Down the lanes under the stars is such a cozy feeling. I didn't really read this. Do I want to? I feel like something, say how this so fits the your reading. I was gonna say, I feel like more in the energy of like when I'm alone. Yeah, that's what I felt like saying. There's just such a nice peace here. So quiet. It's like sometimes when I am alone, I am in all the other energies that I'm on video too. But I do feel like generally I'm quieter, or less, I don't know, I feel like I can be very energetic in readings. It just depends on the reading, I feel. I don't know, I just feel like honing in here on that sense of quiet peace, but also on the fact that I'm feeling that sense of being alone on video with all of you. Fits the message. It's like I have nothing more to do now after clearing these. Only to read. To read or to pack away. And to bring in the pencil, because I love a good pencil. A good pencil behind the ear. Lovely. Wait, was it today that I felt like wearing this hoodie? I think it was. Around 4 hours and a half. Why does it feel like this has been such a long reading? But, I mean, 4 hours and a half is a pretty long time being in one reading, I guess, one video. I feel like I have not drunk enough water for 4.5 hours. Do I have any left in my jug? A little. Hey, it's like a straw, like that Scoob weather report, Scoob's friend, weather reporter guy. What was I saying? I don't know, but I want to like hone in on the pencil coolness again. Oh, I was wondering, was this the video I felt pushed into wearing my hoodie for? I'm almost certain it was. Almost. Yeah, I am 100%. 99.9999999. Not actually that secure. I'm not that secure in anything. But I am 98%, no, 97% sure. No, it's 100. But trust me, believe me, it's 100. Because earlier I was wearing my other hoodie and I remembered that because that was today. Why do I feel like lighting the candle now? I'm gonna leave. Is my phone... My phone is charging though. I don't know. It went dark. Look at these my way. This is like a 2 but 1 feeling. It's not completely united, but it's that feeling of two selves that also collide. And that is that seeing the unseen. And I like that oh wait, for you that comes before, doesn't it? I was gonna say I like that it comes after, because it's like even in connection there is that, but I feel like maybe this is talking about not fully, like this is talking about you being more resistant to that connection in earlier energy. So it would make sense that it's like you have this unseen connection, then you're closing in on closer connection with the species or the those that this is on about for you. And then how do I read this? It's reminding me of the mouse card from, I don't even remember if it's your reading or not. I think it was 4.5s actually, or I guess 4. I just heard firecracker. There's a feeling of like part of you resisting that which you're fired up about. Like this looking like a mouse being who is sensitive, trying to hold down the fire. But then eventually the fire like pushing the barrier and being in full bloom. And the fact that it's actually not a fire, but it's actually more floral than that. A goes with that poppy card a bit, but also just of the feeling of perhaps that which you viewed as hurt, like able to burn, is actually more delicate and actually more homely, more petal-like. Oh, my petal. Is that a term of endearment? It is now. Oh, I'm gonna have some of my characters call one another petal. That's adorable. At least I like the idea of it. I'm not in the mood to write thou. I'm not in the mood to write thou words. To write now, or that now. Ah, so much peace. And hunger. I don't actually feel hungry, but I will eat. Because I wouldn't be hungry for a very, very long time. This goes with the fasting I was talking about yesterday's video. Not in yesterday's video, just yesterday's video. I had something to say about that. I haven't actually fasted for ages, but it just, I don't know why I said, I kind of do, but too many other thought patterns to explain that. I think I'm going to leave now. But pencil, I feel like there's something to be said about the pencil. I kind of feel like staying with you. If it cuts out, I just feel like saying that. It might cut out. Okay.
Oh, is it literally just that the camera screen has gone darker because the light around me is darker? It just looked like significantly darker. I suppose the light around me is just significantly darker. You know what's also interesting? I feel like my screen over there, my laptop screen that's on, pointing upwards, it's like it's breathing life through the table. What is it about pencils then? I like pencils. I like this pencil. I like this pencil. I hope I have this pencil for a long time. Oh my goodness. When it gets to tiny, that will be so cute. So cute and tiny pencil. Ooh, maybe I'll make my own pencil one day. That sounds really fun. I don't know how that works. Or I guess I don't know how the ordinary way of making a pencil would work. Maybe there's something about like what is creation here, because I'm now thinking of like, oh well, I was presuming already that I'd just get one of the like pieces of lead. Like you can get the, it's not made of lead now, is it? I don't know what this is. The pencil, is it? I don't know. The middle, the writing part of the pencil, not the wood part. You can get those on their own, and I was thinking then I could just, I don't know how, carve a very small stick and then drill far in very accurately. Oh, that would need to be so accurately. Oh, I guess I could just use a large piece of wood, drill it in, and then carve it. That would make a bit more sense. Oh, then I could carve it cool, like I could do a dragon head. I love dragons. I never thought I'd be one who would love dragons. Probably almost things I love, I would have been like, really? Past me. Maruga. Oh, that's what I was saying. Something about like, oh yeah, the lead or the pencil part. Because I was thinking then, does that like how much is that really creating your own pencil if you're just getting the parts from elsewhere? But then that's just a thing of like, well, you're always getting parts from somewhere. It's not like you well, it depends on how you view this, but it's not like you are the things you're getting. Everything is seemingly outside of oneself. Nothing is created or nothing is one own's creation. And simultaneously, every single creation is one's own creation. And killer. Good job. Where's the camera? Ding, ding, ding. Ooh, that was quite satisfying. Okay, I'm gonna end it there, actually. I love that. Okay, bye-bye. I love you too. As in, like, I love that and I love you. Whoa! One can love two beings? That's not possible. One can love oneself and another? No way. Okay, see ya.